Chapter 420. It was undeniable that Lan Zi was very strong. Her strength was the same as Lu Ye's, both of them exceeding the spirit stream stage. Perhaps only the 3 malignant tumors of the spirit stream stage from a few months ago had the qualifications to surpass them. However, those 3 had all been at the spirit stream stage for more than a decade, and time had given them the ability to become powerful. Their situation was different from Lu Yi and Lan Zi's. Powerful people had their own secrets, and Lan Zi naturally had her own as well. It was a secret that no one could know. Although she was only at the spirit stream stage, her vision far exceeded that of the spirit stream stage, and the various techniques she had mastered were not something that the spirit stream stage could compare to. She raised her thumb and wiped the corner of her mouth, then looked down. That's right, she was bleeding. She couldn't figure out how there could be a spirit stream stage cultivator in this world who could hurt her. The faint smile on her face disappeared, and her expression became serious. She raised her large sword and held the hilt in front of her with both hands. In an instant, the charming woman gave off a feeling that she was impregnable. It was as if as long as she stood there, no attack could knock her down. Lu Yi naturally wouldn't give her time to breathe. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, and 2 pits immediately appeared on the ground. He left behind after images as he rushed toward Lan Zi. Before he even got close, Lu Yi saw the woman suddenly separate her hands, and the large sword in front of her suddenly turned into 2 long swords. This large sword was actually a combination of 2 long swords. Lu Yi was surprised. This woman really had a lot of tricks up her sleeves. However, this didn't affect his speed and determination to kill her. The distance between them quickly closed. Lan Zi suddenly assumed a strange posture. One of the 2 long swords was pointed to the sky and the other to the ground. Her graceful and tall body spun slightly and the sword slashed out. It met Lu Ye's blade head-on. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and Lu Ye's forward momentum was stopped. However, the power transmitted from the spirit weapon made Lu Yi realize one thing, and that was that the power contained in his opponent's sword had weakened. Because it was clear that he had the upper hand in this collision, he had a bad feeling and didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue. Instead, he took a step back. Just as he took this step back, Lan Zi's body spun slightly again, and the other long sword came crashing down. Clang! Lu Yi took another step back. Clang, clang, clang. With every sound, Lu Yi had to take a step back. Lan Zi, who had a huge sword in her hand, was extremely powerful, but her attacks were clumsy. Now that the great sword had turned into 2 swords, the strength was somewhat restrained, but the agility and speed of the attack were incomparable to before. Lan Zi had 2 different sword styles, so her fighting style was completely different. What was shocking was that she could perfectly control these 2 styles and switch between them as she pleased. This woman was tall and slender to begin with, and the long sword in her hand was half a foot longer than an ordinary long sword. With her as the center, she was able to attack with a radius of tens of feet. That sword light flashed out, slashing through the void and carrying a sharp killing intent. Lu Yi suddenly thought of a scene. If this woman was surrounded by a large number of enemies, with this move, she would be able to wipe them all out. Now, wherever she went, it was as if she had set off a storm of death. Initially, Lu Yi was still able to block every attack, but as he kept retreating, the speed of his opponent's body became faster and faster, and the frequency of her attacks became higher and higher. After retreating for a dozen steps, Lu Yi was unable to keep up with the opponent's rhythm. Often, out of the 5 sword strikes, he would only be able to block 4, and there was still 1 sword that would definitely hit him. Fortunately, he could still activate the defensive spirit rune, but even so, he could only passively defend. After retreating for another dozen steps, Lan Zi's attack speed increased again, and the clanging sounds of the sword and saber clashing were dense and incessant, accompanied by the light of the defensive spirit rune shattering. There was also the scene of blood splattering. In just a few breaths' time, Lu Ye's body had more than a dozen wounds of varying depths. He knew that he could not retreat anymore. The battlefield was only so big, and once he retreated to the edge, he would be in a situation where he could no longer retreat. When the storm of death swept over, if he could not block it, he would probably be sliced into pieces in an instant. Should he use flash? He had already used it once just now, and even with the enhancement of the dual sharpness spirit rune, he still could not break through the other party's layer of defense. Lu Yi still did not understand how the other party had blocked that attack and what was with that layer of defense. Before figuring this out, it was definitely not a good idea to use flash rashly. With a thought, the Pan Mountain Saber in Lu Ye's hand flashed with spirit light. His retreating figure suddenly stopped, and he charged forward. Blood splattered, and at this moment, the defensive spirit rune that had just been formed shattered. Several more wounds appeared on Lu Ye's body, and his flesh was torn apart. However, Lu Ye's saber also landed on Lan Zi's body. The moment the saber touched her body, Lu Ye's eyes were enhanced by the insight spirit rune, and he was more spirited than ever. That invisible layer of defense appeared again, blocking the saber. However, after blocking the saber, the defense disappeared. It was extremely strange. Even with the insight spirit rune in his eyes, Lu Yi could not see what the defense was for a moment. Lu Yi forced Lan Zi to retreat with his saber, and the woman floated more than 10 feet away. She stood on the spot and pointed her 2 swords at Lu Yi, while the other was behind her back. Compared to Lu Ye's sorry state, Lan Zi was undoubtedly much calmer. At the very least, she had no injuries on her body. On the other hand, Lu Ye's clothes were somewhat tattered, and his entire body was wrapped in a thick layer of blood qi. Ever since he challenged the spirit stream list, Lu Yi had never been in such a sorry state. The woman in front of him was definitely the strongest person he had ever met in the spirit stream realm. Lan Zi finally realized that something was wrong. Lu Yi had suffered so many injuries, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. Moreover, the more serious his injuries were, the thicker the blood qi shrouding his body. Lan Zi tilted her head, looking puzzled. The tall and charming woman looked a little silly when she put on such an expression. In her eyes, Lu Yi was like an injured, ferocious beast, and the ferocity hidden in his bones had been completely stimulated. The 2 figures flashed at the same time, and in the next instant, the 2 people who had disappeared reappeared at the same time. Their sabers and swords clashed. Lan Zi let out a cry of surprise. The power that Lu Yi displayed this time was much greater than before, and his speed was also much faster than before. The blood-stained spirit pattern was showing its effect. In the previous confrontation, Lu Yi had been slashed by this woman to the point of doubting his life. Although he had constructed the blood-stained spirit pattern, it would take time to take effect, and the results would not be seen immediately. At this point, however much blood Lu Yi had lost, the blood-stained spirit pattern would increase his strength. The blood qi that shrouded his body was the manifestation of the blood-stained spirit pattern. The mountain pan saber was almost dancing into a ball of saber light, while Lan Zi's 2 swords were indescribably fast. At this moment, in terms of strength, Lu Yi undoubtedly had the absolute advantage, because every time they clashed, his swords would be bent back. However, in terms of speed, even with the support of the blood-stained spirit pattern, Lu Yi was still no match for Lan Zi. With 2 swords in hand, Lan Zi stabbed at him from all sorts of unbelievable angles, causing more and more wounds to appear on Lu Ye's body. The mountain pan saber kept slashing at Lan Zi's body, but every time, an invisible barrier appeared on the surface of Lan Zi's body, blocking his attacks. Slowly, Lu Yi began to understand. Although he didn't know how the barrier was formed, it wasn't invincible. As his attacks fell, the barrier showed signs of weakening. However, because his attacks weren't enough to break through the barrier, he still hadn't been able to injure Lan Zi. As long as the barrier was not broken, Lan Zi would be invincible. As if sensing Lu Ye's intention, Lan Zi suddenly said, "That's a spirit robe. As long as my spirit energy is not depleted, the spirit robe will always be there. If you want to defeat me, you will have to exhaust all of my spirit energy." With Lan Zi's cultivation, she naturally had more spirit energy than Lu Yi. Moreover, in a battle like this, Lu Ye's spirit energy was depleted more. Before Lu Ye's spirit energy was depleted, Lan Zi's spirit energy would not be depleted. Lu Yi did not think that Lan Zi suddenly told him this out of kindness. In a battle of life and death, revealing one's trump card to the enemy was undoubtedly a psychological tactic. Lan Zi was clearly telling him that as long as his spirit energy was not depleted, the spirit robe would not be broken. Obviously, she was trying to undermine Lu Ye's confidence. If other cultivators heard this, they would immediately think of retreating. Once such thoughts were born, they would not be far from death. The only thing Lu Yi was sure of was that Lan Zi was not lying. This so-called spirit robe was probably related to her spirit energy. This reminded him of the last battle at the Golden Light Peak. It was a battle between him and the Sacred Flame Sect Saintess. The other party had used a spirit weapon to create a layer of defense. It was also the type that had an endless supply of spirit energy and was unbreakable. However, reality proved that there was no such thing as an unbreakable defense. There were only weak attacks. If he wanted to break this type of defense, he would have to use methods that exceeded its defensive capabilities. Did he have such a method? He had already used one flash. However, even with the support of the dual sharpness spirit mark, it was still unable to break through the other party's defense. It seemed that he would have to use another kind of blade technique. Over the past few days, he had been observing his third senior brother's blade technique cultivation experience. What he had learned was not only the man blade technique and the blood transmutation technique. There was a simple blade technique recorded in the experience. Lu Yi had used the blood transmutation technique to cultivate one flash. He had also tried using it and had easily mastered it. This blade technique could be used together with one flash. Lu Yi had never tried using it before. He did not know if he could use it with his current strength. However, this was his last hope. If he could not use it, then there was a high probability that he would have to call Yi and Hupa to gang up on Lan Zi. This was a challenge for the Spirit Stream list. The first place on the list was related to the face of both factions. It was not a place to talk about morality. Chapter 421. If even that kind of sword technique couldn't break through Lan Zi's spirit robe, then it would be pointless to call on Yi and Hupa to gang up on her. He had to give it a try. However, Lu Zi was too fast. If he wanted to hit her, he would have to create some openings. As the two clashed, Lu Yi suddenly staggered as if he couldn't keep up. How could Lan Zi let such an opportunity slip by? She stabbed the sword in her right hand through Lu Ye's abdomen and out through his body. Lu Yi groaned. Before Lu Yi could counterattack, Lan Zi's left hand had already stabbed toward his neck. If it hit, Lu Yi would lose his ability to fight even if he didn't die. The sharp, long sword rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Just as the long sword was about to stab him, Lu Yi suddenly raised his left hand to block. The tip of the sword pierced through his palm. Lu Yi stretched his hand forward, allowing the entire sword to pierce through his palm. Then he clenched his left hand into a fist. Slap! His clenched fist grabbed Lan Zi's hand. The woman on the other side looked up, her eyes filled with astonishment. What entered her eyes was Lu Ye's cold expression. At this moment, she realized something. She had fallen into a trap. Lu Ye's stumbling just now was just a bait to lure her into taking risks. However, this bait also made Lu Yi pay a heavy price. His abdomen had been pierced by a sword and his palm had been pierced by another sword. He was ruthless to his enemy and even more ruthless to himself. Lan Zi felt a sense of danger. Her entire body was tingling with pain. This was a sign that a great crisis was about to descend. Spirit light suddenly flashed from her body. The spirit robe that would only appear when she was in danger appeared in advance this time. Rip! The sound of clothes tearing could be heard. In that instant, Lu Ye's saber-wielding right arm swelled up, tearing the clothes on his right arm apart. His chi and blood converged on his right arm in a very short time, causing his face to turn as pale as a sheet of paper. Lu Yi raised his saber and slashed down. The mountain saber instantly transformed into several afterimages. A flash! Combo slash! In that instant, Lu Yi slashed down 3 times, all of which were enhanced by the double-edged spiritual tattoo. This kind of technique, which allowed one to slash out multiple attacks in a very short period of time, was known as a continuous slash. It was specially used to break through some sturdy defenses, and was most appropriate to use here. Lu Yi originally wanted to make a 4th slash, but after 3 slashes, his right arm was completely drained of strength and he could no longer feel it. His entire right arm was swollen to the size of a thigh, his skin split open, his tendons broken, and blood covered his entire body. It looked extremely shocking. He didn't even notice when the Pan Mountain saber flew out. When the first slash landed, Lan Zi's spirit robe perfectly blocked it. When the second slash landed, the spirit robe's luster suddenly became extremely dim. With the third slash, Lan Zi's spirit clothes were torn apart and a terrifying wound was left on her body. The wound started from her right shoulder and ended at her left abdomen. Her flesh was torn apart, and under her torn clothes, her fair skin was exposed. Inside the hideous wound, one could vaguely see her beating heart. Not only did the 3 slashes break Lan Zi's spirit robe, but they also heavily injured her and sent her flying with a huge impact. However, the moment she flew out, Lan Zi's slender leg swept out like a long whip towards Lu Ye's temple. This woman didn't let go of any opportunity to counterattack. She was as ferocious as a beast. In that instant, Lu Yi couldn't move at all. He didn't even have the chance to react before he was sent flying and fell to the ground in a sorry state. 2 long swords were pulled out from his body and palm, and blood spurted out. When he landed, Lu Yi felt dizzy and saw stars. He staggered to his feet, but he was so dizzy that he couldn't stand properly and fell to the ground again. He repeated this several times before he could barely kneel on the ground. While he was in such a sorry state, the other side didn't have it easy either. Lan Zi was stunned by Lu Ye's 3 consecutive slashes. Before this battle, she really didn't think that there would be someone in the spirit stream stage who could hurt her and beat her so miserably. Just as Han Taijun had said to Lu Yi before, she had always had the mentality of playing a game ever since she tried to break into the spirit stream list. Until she met Lu Yi, she had already used all her skills, but she was still almost killed by 3 slashes. The instant she was sent flying by Lu Yi, and who put tact at the same time. The spirit and tiger had followed Lu Yi for so long, so they naturally knew when to attack and when to hide their strength. Previously, Lan Zi had been protected by her spirit cloak, so even if they attacked, it wouldn't have been very effective. However, now that her spirit cloak had been broken, Lu Yi was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Naturally, it was time for them to enter the stage. However, Lan Zi wasn't stupid. She was currently seriously injured, so it was no longer suitable for her to stay and fight. If her opponent was only Lu Yi, she still had a chance to fight. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Hoopa suddenly rushed towards her, and a young girl who was throwing out spell techniques appeared. Lan Zi pondered for a moment. Then her lips quickly moved and her figure disappeared from the battlefield. Yi's spell technique missed, and her nose was about to become crooked from anger. She hurriedly rushed to Lu Ye's side, only to see Lu Yi half kneeling on the ground, not moving at all. It seemed that he didn't even have any aura, and his eyes had become extremely dim. With a wah, Yi burst into tears. Ever since she had followed Lu Yi, She had never seen Lu Yi in such a miserable state. Even when she had brought Lu Yi to Ing Mountain to ask Hua Xiai for help, she hadn't been so miserable. She quickly laid Lu Yi flat and called out to Hupa, "Hurry and take Lu Yi out of here." Hearing this, Hupa ran back with the Pan Shan saber in his mouth and bit down on Lu Ye's collar. Before Yi flashed back into Hupo's body, she raised her head and yelled at the sky, "Send us out!" The heavens fell from the unseen world, and the battle arena became empty without a single person. On the third floor of the wooden hut, Hupo appeared with Lu Yi in his mouth. Yi's panicked voice rang out from Hupo's body, "Sister Hua Xiai! Sister Hua Xiai!" The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was sealed, so Yi couldn't reveal herself. However, when she hid in Hupo's body, she could actually communicate with others. "I'm here." Hua Xi's voice immediately rang out. She had been waiting here all this time, and she had already prepared some hot water and medicinal bandages in the hut. Clearly, she knew that Lu Yi would definitely be injured in this battle. Hugging Lu Yi, Hua Xiai placed him on the bed and sat beside him. She examined his injuries, and her expression gradually became serious. When she raised her head to look at Lu Ye's face again, she saw that his eyes were open. The light in his eyes was dim, but they seemed to be filled with anticipation for tomorrow and the future. Yi asked nervously, "Sister Hua Xiai, how is he?" Hua Xiai pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She only raised her hand to cover Lu Ye's eyes and stroked them downwards. Yi's heart thumped and her voice trembled. "Sister Hua Xiai?" "HM?" Hua Xiai responded. Seeing that Lu Ye's eyes were still open, she raised her hand to cover his eyes again. "What are you trying to do, you evil woman?" Lu Yi blinked, his voice extremely weak. "I'm not dead yet. I just don't want to move and save my energy." "I know you're not dead," Hua Xiai argued. "Didn't I want you to have a good rest? You're the one who's acting like you died with your eyes open." Lu Yi was so angry that his liver hurt. He simply closed his eyes and ignored her. Yi said angrily, "You're still joking at a time like this?" After a thorough examination, they found that Lu Ye's injuries were very serious. The injuries that Lan Zi had left on him were actually nothing serious. Most of them were flesh wounds or penetrating wounds. With Lu Ye's current physique and Hua Xi's methods, he would recover in a few days. The key was Lu Ye's right arm. In order to perform the flash blade technique, Lu Ye's entire right arm had been torn apart. Right now, his right arm was as swollen as his thigh. His blood and qi had stagnated there, and he was injured both openly and covertly. Even with Hua Xi's methods, it would take some effort to heal him. Especially now that spiritual energy was restricted, many methods were difficult to use. Half a day later, Lu Yi soaked in a wooden tub filled with dark green medicinal liquid. Hua Xiai sat beside him, massaging his right arm's blood circulation. The room was steaming hot and filled with mist. The battle that had attracted the attention of countless cultivators from both sides had quietly ended. However, the result of this battle was still inadvertently spread. Lan Zi from Boundless Island, who had imitated Lu Yi and rushed to third place, was seriously injured when she challenged Lu Lia from the Jade Blood Sect. When the news spread, it didn't cause too much of a stir. The main thing was that Lu Ye's strength had been deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Although the myriad Demon Ridge felt that Lan Zi's challenge was an opportunity, no one knew how big this opportunity was. Now that Lan Zi had lost, the myriad Demon Ridge didn't suffer any losses anyway. On the other hand, the Grand Heaven Alliance heaved a sigh of relief. As the one being challenged, it was natural for Lu Yi to win. If he lost, the first place would be lost. At that time, many people from the myriad Demon Ridge would definitely jump out and clamor. However, whether it was the Grand Heaven Alliance or the myriad Demon Ridge, they all understood one thing. The huge spirit stream battlefield was about to enter an era of domination by one person. This was something that had never happened before. The previous 3 malignant tumors whether it was Feng Yuechan, Li Baxian, or Yan Xing, were all strong enough. However, the three of them belonged to two large factions and were opposing each other, so they restrained each other. Moreover, their strength was only individual strength and couldn't bring much benefit to the entire faction. However, Lu Ye was different. Not only was he strong individually, but he could also do things that the three malignant tumors couldn't. Back when he was in the inner circle, he had stirred up a storm and led the Grand Heaven Alliance to destroy 100 or 200 sects encampments in the Myriad Demon Ridge. These days, he hadn't been idle in the core circle and had constantly stirred up trouble. Although he hadn't destroyed any sects encampments, who could guarantee that he wouldn't do such a thing after advancing to the 9th heaven? If he really did so, no one in the Myriad Demon Ridge would be able to stop him. For a time, the upper echelons of the various factions in the Myriad Demon Ridge were so worried that their hair turned white. After Lu Ye advanced to the 9th heaven, how to protect their own encampments was the most urgent problem that all the sects in the core circle of the Myriad Demon Ridge had to face. Chapter 422. Name: Lu Ye Identity. Disciple of the Jade Blood Sect Cultivation. 335 apertures. Location: Spirit Stream Battlefield Merit Points. 9,352 points. It had been a long time since Lu Ye had used the battlefield imprint to check his complete information. Currently, he was seriously injured and was recuperating in the wooden house. Besides cultivating and reading, there was nothing else he could do. Looking at the column of names, Lu Ye frowned, a sense of sadness rising in his heart. His name was clearly Lu Ye, but he didn't know when the heavens had decided that his name was Lu Ye. This was the case on the Spirit Stream list, and now even the information in the battlefield imprint was the same. It had been more than 2 months since he had ascended to Heaven 8, but he had only opened 335 apertures. His speed wasn't that fast, especially with the howling of the magnetic field and the restriction of spiritual power. He couldn't even use the gluttony meal, so his cultivation efficiency had decreased by a lot. He was only 25 apertures away from Heaven 9, and he wasn't far away. He didn't have too many merit points, and they were all obtained from killing enemies recently. This was the result of him not selling a large amount of spoils to the Heaven's secret treasury. If he had sold all of them to the Heaven's secret treasury, his merit points would have definitely increased by several times. The Spirit Stream battlefield was like this. It was difficult for cultivators who weren't strong enough to earn merit points. But for people like Lu Ye, it was simply too easy, especially since he was the enemy of the entire Myriad Devil Ridge camp. He just had to casually run around, and there would be a large group of people who wanted to kill him. If they couldn't kill him, they would be killed instead every day. Under Hua Xi's care, his injuries were quickly recovering. However, the condition of his right arm wasn't optimistic, and it was still swollen. Thinking back to his battle with Lan Zi, Lu Ye was incomparably glad that he had learned some special techniques from his third senior brother, Shao Xinghe's saber technique. With that saber technique, his flash saber technique had been perfected. Moreover, he had also learned combo slash from it. Whether it was flash or combo slash, they were both saber arts and skills. If they were used individually, the burden on Lu Ye was not too great. However, if they were used together, the result would be like this. It had been 6 or 7 days, but his right arm had not recovered. This was under Hua Xi's care. If not for Hua Xi's care, Lu Ye estimated that his right arm would have been crippled. It was undeniable that the combination of one flash and consecutive slashes was a little too powerful. Lan Zi's spirit robe's defense was very strong. Even one flash couldn't break it easily. In the end, Lu Ye had to slash 3 times to break it open. Although it was strong, the after effects were huge. The reason for such a huge after effect was that the last 3 slashes had taken too much of a toll on Lu Ye's body. The second reason was that Lu Ye wasn't proficient enough in using it. If there were enough of them, the after effects wouldn't be so terrible. Over the past few days, Lu Yi had been meditating for 2 hours every day in addition to taking pills to cultivate. He breathed in and out with a Pan Mountain saber to deepen the connection between him and the saber. Other than that, he would read the books he had brought from Madame Yun's place or comprehend his third senior brother's saber techniques. Time passed by quickly. Inside the wooden hut, Lu Yi and Hu Po were on guard. Hua Xiai had run off somewhere to cultivate. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had been sealed off, it had a huge impact on the cultivation of all the cultivators. Only Lu Yi and Hua Xiai were not affected much. The former mainly relied on consuming spirit pills to cultivate, while the latter devoured the poisonous fog in the myriad poisons forest. Another month had passed since the baptism bestowed by the heavens. The second baptism was about to arrive. With his previous experience, Lu Yi was looking forward to this kind of reward. Not long after, the heavens descended and his vision began to change. By the time Lu Yi came back to his senses, he was already in the heavenly fate pool. His surroundings were filled with dense spiritual mist. Time was limited, so he hastily set up a spirit gathering formation in the heavenly fate pool. He also constructed small spirit gathering funnels in his spiritual cavities. Yi flashed out of Hu Po's body. The 2 humans and 1 tiger each found a suitable location and devoured the spiritual mist to their heart's content. They could feel the spiritual mist transforming and improving their bodies. Lu Yi felt it especially clearly because his injuries hadn't healed yet. After receiving the baptism bestowed by the heavens last time, he discovered that the spiritual mist here had the effect of healing the internal injuries that had accumulated in his body. This time it was even more obvious. His injuries that hadn't completely healed quickly healed. His swollen right arm also began to shrink, slowly returning to its original state. The cool and refreshing feeling made him feel incomparably comfortable. The only thing that made Lu Yi feel regretful was that even though he was the spirit stream champion, he could only stay in the heavenly fate pool for an hour. The time was too short. If he stayed long enough, he might be able to obtain even more benefits. However, after thinking about it, the spiritual mist here had limited effects on cultivators. Most cultivators came in 3 or 4 times before it lost its effect. He was only at the Heaven 8 stage, so he still had a chance to come in. Another thing was that when Lu Yi tried to collect some spiritual mist here last time, he seemed to have touched the heavens' mysteries. This made him faintly suspect that the omnipresent heavens' mysteries seemed to have its own intelligence. This made Lu Yi rather curious. He didn't know how to test it to confirm this. Lu Yi had a faint feeling that if he could communicate with the heavens' mysteries, he might be able to figure out the truth of the cultivation world. Why were there 2 opposing factions in the cultivation world, the Grand Heaven Alliance and the Myriad Devil Ridge? Why did cultivators from different factions kill each other to gain merits? What was the situation with the Heavenly Fate Treasury? What was the relationship between the Heavenly Fate Merchant Alliance and the Heaven's Mysteries? He believed that many cultivators wanted answers to these questions. An hour quickly passed. When the Heaven's Mysteries sent Lu Yi back to the wooden house, his injuries had completely healed. Even his right arm had completely returned to normal. The second baptism bestowed by the Heaven's Mysteries made Lu Yi's qi, blood, and mind even more robust. He could feel that if he used the flash blade technique again, he should be able to make the 4th slash. It wouldn't be like last time where he could only make 3 slashes. This was undoubtedly a very obvious increase in strength. However, at the Spirit Stream realm, there was only one person who was qualified to make him use this kind of blade technique that could kill 1,000 enemies and injure 800 of his own men. Although the cultivation world of the 9 states was full of talents, there was no such monstrous figure in this world. 2 days later, the magnetic field dissipated, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth resumed its flow. Lu Yi let out a long breath. As a cultivator, the feeling of having one's spiritual power confined in one's body and unable to use it was simply terrible. During the period of the magnetic field's howling, almost every cultivator would feel an indescribable sense of danger. This was because in that state, not only would one's spiritual power be confined, but even one's perception would be greatly enhanced. It was as if one had suddenly become blind and deaf. No one knew when the danger would come. Lu Yi immediately rearranged the array inside and outside the wooden house. He had been worried about one thing before, and that was that the talent tree's fuel would run out. During this period of time, without the isolation of the array, he had been living in the poisonous fog. Hupa had also been by Hua Xi's side. Even Yi was trapped in Hupo's body, unable to move freely. If the talent tree's fuel really ran out, then he would have to rely on Hua Xi to survive here. Fortunately, the crisis had passed. Lu Yi didn't set up another teleportation array because he felt that there was no need for it. He secretly made up his mind that if he didn't ascend to the ninth heaven this time, he would never leave the myriad poison forest. Even if the world outside fell apart, he wouldn't leave. The 3 sacred academies had already been broken through, and the myriad devil ridge would no longer be able to force him to show himself. With the world's spiritual chi, his spiritual power was no longer confined, and his cultivation efficiency had greatly increased. However, because Lu Yi spent a lot of time cultivating his blade technique every day, the speed of his enlightenment had always been stable. He had already thoroughly comprehended his 3rd senior brother's blade technique, and all that was left was practice and comprehension. This required time to settle down and could not be rushed. On the spirit stream list, many familiar names had disappeared, and some unfamiliar names had appeared. It was a perfect example of the saying that each generation had its own talent, and that the new generation would surpass the old. Lanzi had reached the 2nd position on the spirit stream list, but she didn't challenge Lu Yi again. Her strength was indeed strong enough, and she was qualified to compete with Lu Yi for 1st place. But her greatest reliance was that layer of spirit clothes. Since Lu Yi had the means to break through her spirit clothes, she had lost the qualifications to compete with Lu Yi. As long as Lu Yi was still on the spirit stream list, she could only settle for 2nd place. Occasionally, he would chat with his 2nd senior sister, Shui Yuan, and pass his days leisurely. Time passed, and more than a month went by. When Lu Yi brought Hu Pa and Yi for the 3rd baptism, he discovered a problem. The spiritual mist in the heaven's mystery pond didn't help him or Yi, who as much as the previous 2 baptisms. During the 1st and 2nd baptisms, Lu Yi felt that his qi, blood, and mind had increased by at least 10%. This 3rd baptism was less than half of the previous 2. He didn't know how much of an increase he would get next time. It seemed that the rumors about cultivators being baptized 3 or 4 times by the heaven's mystery pond were true. Returning to the wooden house, Lu Yi felt refreshed. He checked his spiritual apertures and found that he had 359 apertures. He only needed 1 more aperture to reach the 9th heaven. When he had first started cultivating, the head teacher had told him that the difficulty of opening apertures would increase as a cultivator reached the end. Therefore, many cultivators in the spirit stream stage were unable to open 360 apertures. Everyone's aptitude and talent were different, and many people had different limits on the number of apertures they could open. However, as long as one switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique and opened 240 apertures, they would have the qualifications to reach the Cloud River stage. Ever since Lu Yi had opened his apertures, he had never experienced the increasing difficulty that the head teacher had told him about. He felt that every time he opened his apertures, the difficulty was about the same. This was related to the purity of his spiritual power. No matter how pure other cultivators' spiritual power was, as long as they had taken spirit pills, they would have accumulated pill toxins. The higher their cultivation base, the more severe the pill toxins would be. Although there were methods to remove the pill toxins, it was the same as when a cultivator was injured. On the surface, it seemed that the injury had completely healed, but in reality, there were still hidden injuries that couldn't be detected. Chapter 4. 23. Pill toxins accumulated in a cultivator's body were like this. The more pill toxins accumulated, the more difficult it would be to open the apertures. Lu Yi had been using the innate tree to burn pill toxins ever since he started cultivating. Although there was a period of time when the innate tree ran out of fuel, causing a large amount of pill toxins to accumulate, as he replenished the fuel of the innate tree, the accumulated pill toxins were also burned away. His spiritual energy was purer than anyone else's, so he never felt too much resistance during the process of opening the apertures. Of course, in terms of speed of opening the apertures, Giant Armor was fully deserving of the title. Giant Armor was able to rise from the seventh heaven to the Cloud River. Just this point alone was unparalleled throughout history. However, Giant Armor's situation was special. After all, no cultivator would have a Yao core like his. Rousing his spiritual energy, he charged towards the last unopened spiritual aperture. This spiritual aperture was very close to the source aperture, almost right next to it. When a cultivator stepped onto the path of cultivation, the first spiritual aperture they opened was the source aperture. The last spiritual aperture of the spirit stream realm was near the source aperture. This way, when they reached the Cloud River realm, all of the spiritual apertures would be connected, forming a large cycle. Spiritual energy continued to surge, attacking again and again until a certain moment, the thick barrier of the spiritual aperture was broken. Spiritual energy flowed in, filling the newly opened spiritual aperture, the great circle of the spirit stream realm. At this time, the 360 apertures were scattered throughout Lu Ye's limbs and bones. Therefore, if a cultivator accidentally lost an arm or a leg in battle, it would greatly affect their strength. This effect was not only caused by the loss of the limb, but also by the loss of the spiritual aperture, which had a greater impact. Regrowing a severed limb was too far away for the cultivation world of the 9 provinces. No one had ever heard of such a bizarre thing. However, it was possible to reconnect a severed limb. As long as the limb was intact, there was a chance to reconnect it. That required extremely high medical skills. In the spirit stream realm, opening all 360 apertures, was the great circle of the spirit stream realm. At this point, the cultivation of the spirit stream realm had basically reached the end. Generally speaking, only cultivators from third-rank sects and above had the qualifications to cultivate to the great circle of the spirit stream realm. This didn't mean that the sects above the third rank had any special cultivation methods. It was just that when they recruited disciples, the disciples with good aptitude would be taken in by the sects above the third rank. Only those who were rejected by the sects below the third rank would be recruited by the sects below the third rank. For example, the last recruitment ceremony held by Third Saint Academy was the host. Many small and medium-sized sects were the organizers. The most outstanding disciples would be taken in by Third Saint Academy. The rest would be picked by the small and medium-sized sections. After such rounds of selection, outstanding talents would always appear in the large sects, while the small sects could only accept those with poor aptitudes. However, nothing was absolute. There were always some unpolished gems that were unknown to others when they were young. If those small and medium sects could pick up such talents, they would also have the opportunity to raise their own sect's ranks. Any cultivator who reached the grand completion stage would definitely be able to advance to the true lake stage. There was an 80 to 90% chance that they could even advance to the divine ocean stage. The prerequisite was that they didn't die young. The competition in the cultivation world of the 9 prefectures was very cruel. If one was killed on the road to growth, then let alone advancing to the divine ocean stage, it would be difficult to even reach the true lake stage. During this period of time, Lu Yi had killed a lot of 9 heavens cultivators, especially when he was trying to break through to the spirit stream list. In the first few days, almost all of the cultivators he encountered were killed. With the last aperture opened, Lu Yi surged his spiritual energy and passed it through the 60 spirit apertures that were not in a system, making a small cycle. Waves of energy swept out, and his body buzzed. 9 heavens was formed. In an instant, Lu Yi felt some changes in his body. Although the 9 minor circulatory systems in his body were not related to each other, when the 9th minor circulatory system was formed, there seemed to be some resonance between them. The flow of spiritual energy in his body also became much faster. If one listened carefully, they could even faintly hear the sound of flowing water. At this time, if Lu Yi wanted to advance to the Cloud River stage, he could do so at any time. He only needed to connect all the spirit apertures into a large cycle. There was no difficulty. But how could he advance to the Cloud River stage at this time? Not to mention that the baptism bestowed by Tianji had not reached its limit. He also had not properly settled the grudge between him and the cultivators of the Myriad Demon's Ridge. During this period of time, he had been cultivating in the Myriad Poisons forest, and his heart was filled with resentment. Now that he had advanced to the 9 heavens, how could he not vent it? Moreover, he still had some things to do. Conservatively speaking, he would stay in the spirit stream stage for another 1 or 2 months. After the 7 heavens, he changed his cultivation technique to the Great Sun colored glass art. This cultivation technique cost him more than 5,200 merit points. It was the most suitable cultivation technique for him in Tianji's treasury, and was the most expensive one. The quality of a cultivation technique depended on the order in which the spirit apertures were connected. If the order in which the spirit apertures were connected was different, the cultivation path would naturally be different. If the cultivation path was different, the efficiency of the spiritual energy in the body would be different. As such, the benefits it could bring to a cultivator would be different. The better the cultivation technique, the faster the spiritual energy would flow. Correspondingly, it could bring a cultivator greater benefits. Compared to the worst cultivation techniques, the Great Sun colored glass art's price was several times that of an ordinary heaven-grade cultivation technique. However, the difference of several times could only bring about an increase of 10 to 20%. This was already a very high benefit. A cultivation technique that could increase one's strength by 10 to 20% was extremely tempting to any cultivator. Moreover, the Great Sun colored glass art also had the effect of tempering the body. This kind of tempering didn't require Lu Yi to do much. He only needed to maintain the flow of spiritual energy in his body, and it would slowly strengthen his body. Lu Yi didn't feel it. Perhaps his body was strong enough, so the strengthening wasn't obvious, or perhaps the strengthening was subtle. However, this was a product of Tianji's treasury, so it couldn't be a lie. Although he had advanced to the 9 heavens, Lu Yi didn't plan on leaving immediately. The newly formed minor circulation wasn't too stable, so he needed to stabilize it for a few days. This was to prevent the minor circulation from suddenly stopping during a battle. That sudden drop in strength could lead to extremely bad consequences. In the small courtyard, Lu Yi meticulously practiced his saber arts. Hua Xiai returned from cultivating outside and glanced at Lu Yi. 9 heavens, congratulations. Lu Yi put away his saber and casually replied, "There's nothing to congratulate me about." Hua Xiai had advanced to the 9 heavens more than half a month ago. Her cultivation speed was so fast that it was simply amazing. "You're ready to leave?" Hua Xiai asked. Although Lu Yi hadn't told her about his plans, she could feel that after his cultivation reached the 9 heavens, Lu Yi couldn't continue to stay here. "What do you plan to do in a few days?" "Me? I don't have any plans. You're already in the 9 heavens. You're not going to attack the spirit stream list, nor are you going to advance to the Cloud River realm. What do you want to do? Moreover, you're already in the 9 heavens. How are you going to cultivate?" This was the thing that Lu Yi couldn't figure out the most. Logically speaking, after reaching the 9 heavens, unless one advanced to the Cloud River realm, there was no way to increase their cultivation. However, Hua Xiai was still going out early and returning late every day. Yi had gone to see her before, and found that she was still devouring the poisonous fog in the forest of 1,000 poisons. She didn't know why she was doing so. Moreover, Lu Yi didn't know if it was an illusion or not. But recently he felt that the poisonous fog in the vicinity seemed to have thinned out a lot. I have my own ways. Hua Si pursed her lips and smiled, but didn't elaborate. I'm going to cook. What do you want to eat tonight? Lu Yi casually took out a large piece of beast meat from his storage bag and threw it to her. 3 days passed in a flash. Everything was ready, and Lu Yi was ready to leave. Hua Si straightened his clothes for him and spoke in the tone of a kind mother sending her son off. Be careful when you're outside. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes couldn't help but twitch. It wasn't like he was going to run to the ends of the earth. Moreover, he had left the forest of 1,000 poisons several times in the past, and Hua Si hadn't warned him about anything. I don't have anything to give you. This is for you to protect yourself. As Hua Si spoke, under Lu Ye's dumbstruck gaze, she opened her mouth and gently spat out a green, round, thumbnail-sized ball that floated out of her mouth. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched even more because when Hua Si's breath blew on his face, not only did he smell the fragrance of orchids, but a large amount of gray fog also ignited on his talent tree. This woman, even her breath, now carries poison. What is this? Lu Yi instinctively felt that this green ball wasn't anything good. 1,000 poisons pill? Hua Si smiled and took out a wooden box. She put the 1,000 poisons pill inside and slapped it on Lu Ye's hand. If you're surrounded by a lot of people and can't escape, use your spiritual power to throw this thing out. What effect does it have? Hua Si tilted her head and thought for a moment. I don't know. I've never used it before. Try it later and tell me the result. Lu Yi carefully put the wooden box into his storage bag and placed it in the safest place. Let's go. Lu Yi called out to Hoopa, and the cat-like Hoopa jumped onto his shoulder. Then Lu Yi summoned his own spirit boat and soared into the sky. Standing in the same place, Hua Si watched Lu Yi leave until the stream of light disappeared from her sight. Then she turned around and walked towards the place where she usually cultivated. As she moved forward, her cultivation, which was originally at the 9th heaven level, quickly fell. In just a short period of time, it fell to the 8th heaven level. Condensing that 1,000 poisons pill was obviously not without consumption for her. What was consumed was actually her own cultivation. In the cultivation world of the 9 provinces, there had never been such a bizarre cultivation method or secret technique. Arriving at the place where she usually cultivated, she sat down cross-legged. In a breath, a large amount of thick poisonous fog gathered towards her. In a short moment, it condensed into a ball in front of her. That ball of thick poisonous fog rapidly rotated, and a strong suction force caused even more poisonous fog to gather. In a short moment, a vortex was formed in front of Hua Si. Chapter 4:24. Although Lu Yi had ascended to the 9th heaven a few days ago, he hadn't displayed his cultivation base in front of anyone since his ascension. So his mark on the spirit stream list was still 8th heaven. Aside from Hua Si, no one else in the spirit stream battlefield knew that he had ascended to the 9th heaven. The first 2 times he had left the myriad poisons forest, his whereabouts had been quickly exposed, causing many cultivators from the myriad Devil Ridge to surround him. This time, however, it was much quieter. He flew the spirit boat for several hundred kilometers before he saw 3 streaks of light in the distance. In the core region, many cultivators flew high in the air for the sake of convenience. Generally speaking, it wasn't too dangerous. As long as they were vigilant enough, even if they encountered an enemy, they could still escape if they couldn't beat them, unless the difference in speed between them was too great. Seeing the 3 streaks of light, Lu Yi flew straight towards them. The 3 cultivators clearly saw Lu Yi and stopped in place to wait. They didn't know where these 3 had come from or where they were going. Lu Yi didn't know which faction they were in, and they didn't know which faction they were in. The only reason they dared to stop was because they had the advantage in numbers. If they were in the same faction, there wouldn't be any disputes. If they were in the enemy faction, they could still take advantage of the situation. The distance between them quickly closed. When they were about 300 meters away, one of the three cultivators suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He focused his vision in Lu Ye's direction and said, "Senior Marshal Brotherly, doesn't that guy look like Lu Ye?" The other two were startled. The cultivator called Senior Marshal Brotherly said, "Don't scare me." Suddenly he remembered that this place wasn't too far from the Myriad Poisons forest, so there was a chance that they would run into Lu Ye. He quickly focused his vision and saw a young man rapidly approaching them. On the young man's shoulder was a snow-white monster beast. Who else could it be but Lu Ye? "Run!" shouted the cultivator, surnamed Li. The three of them immediately panicked and tried to escape. However, it was too late. 9 streaks of light split into 3 groups and attacked the 3 cultivators. The 3 cultivators' cultivations weren't too high. 2 were 8th heaven and 1 was 7th heaven. So how could they block the power of Lu Ye's artifact? Short, blood-curdling screams rang out as fresh blood sprinkled down from the sky. By the time Lu Ye arrived at their original position, the 3 of them were already dead. After advancing to the 9th heaven, Lu Ye's strength had increased greatly. Killing these myriad Devil Ridge cultivators had become easier and easier. Yi flashed out. She casually swept through the battlefield and collected the spoils of war. Then Lu Ye set off once more. Along the way, whenever he encountered a cultivator, Lu Ye would step forward to confirm which faction they belonged to. After a few days, all the cultivators he encountered from the Myriad Devil Ridge were killed on the spot. 3 days later, Lu Ye appeared outside the defensive formation of a Myriad Devil Ridge encampment called the Profound Azure Palace. With the augmentation of the Clear Vision Spirit Runes, he observed the nodes of this formation. A cultivator with large sleeves and a loose robe heard the news and came over, shouting at Lu Ye through the light screen of the Grand Formation, "Who are you?" After asking the question, he took a closer look at Lu Ye. Then his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in horror, "Lu Ye?" The cultivator was so scared that his face turned pale. He never expected that the famous Lu Ye would suddenly appear outside his encampment. Moreover, judging from his posture, it was obvious that he did not come with good intentions. He hurriedly circulated his spirit energy and shouted, "Lu Ye is here!" With a roar, the encampment suddenly boiled over. Streams of light soared into the sky and rushed over. Outside the light screen of the Grand Formation, Lu Ye had already raised his hand and shot out a few formation flags. As he did so, the spirit energy in the area covered by the formation flags stopped flowing. He raised his hand and lifted a corner of the Grand Formation as if he was lifting a curtain. Then he walked in leisurely. At this time, several faster cultivators had already arrived, and more were already on their way. How could the cultivators who had rushed here be polite when they saw Lu Ye barging into their encampment? They all activated their techniques and attacked Lu Ye. The moment the Pan Mountain Saber was unsheathed, Lu Ye's figure moved and swayed, dodging all the attacks with incomparable precision. He rushed in front of a cultivator and raised his saber. Blood splattered. His figure didn't stop as he rushed to the next one. In just 3 breaths of time, 5 corpses lay on the ground. Blood dripped from the Pan Mountain Saber. More cultivators gathered, and a Celestial 9 cultivator roared, "Lu Ye, you're courting death!" No one would be able to tolerate someone barging into their encampment alone and killing people. Seeing the figures lying in a pool of blood, the eyes of the Profound Azure Palace's cultivators turned red. As soon as the Celestial 9 cultivator's voice fell, spell techniques and the might of imperial artifacts rained down on Lu Ye. With a whoosh, fiery red spiritual energy flowed out of Lu Ye's body. Wings spread out from his back, and he soared into the sky. All the attacks aimed at him hit nothing but air. He passed through the crowd and fixed his gaze on the Celestial Nine cultivator who had shouted. The fiery red wings on his back gently flapped twice, and he directly rushed in front of the cultivator. An indescribable sense of oppression rushed towards him, accompanied by a cold, murderous intent. The anger and humiliation on the Heavenly Nine cultivator's face had been replaced by shock and panic. Seeing Lu Yi rushing towards him, his figure rapidly fell. Although he was also a Celestial Nine cultivator, he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Spirit Stream list. How could he feel safe when being targeted by Lu Yi? If he wanted to kill Lu Yi now, he could only rely on the advantage of numbers. Lu Ye's figure moved, and he was already in front of him. How could this guy be so fast? A thought popped up in the Celestial Nine cultivator's mind. The flying wing spirit tattoo was much more flexible than Imperial artifact flight. Not to mention that Lu Yi had also enhanced himself with the wind spirit tattoo in order to rush forward faster. Using 2 spirit tattoos at the same time, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his speed was like lightning. The Pan Mountain saber wrapped in flames slashed down at the Celestial Nine cultivator, who raised his spirit artifact to block. However, as soon as the 2 spirit artifacts collided, he felt a copious and irresistible force attack him. The spirit artifact flew out of his hand, and the skin between his thumb and forefinger split open. His entire body fell uncontrollably to the ground under the immense pressure. Seeing that Lu Ye's saber was about to strike again, he turned pale with fright. He hurriedly reached into his storage bag and took out a golden body talisman. Before he could slap the golden body talisman on his body, Lu Ye's saber had already slashed down. Blood splattered, and the head was separated from the body. Cries of alarm rang out from below, mixed with mournful roars of anger. The one Lu Yi had killed was none other than the guardian of the Profound Azure Palace. In the Profound Azure Palace, the guardian had done a very good job. He had taken good care of his junior brothers and sisters. Seeing him killed, the Profound Azure Palace cultivators naturally felt grief in their hearts. Lu Yi didn't know that this was a guardian. He was just guessing. After all, even the sects of the core circle had a limited number of Heavenly Nine cultivators. Every one of them was a precious talent. Killing one of them first would reduce the pressure on himself, and second, it would deter the enemy. But now, it seemed that the deterrent effect wasn't great. Instead, it had stimulated the Profound Azure Palace cultivators' determination to unite against a common enemy. Everyone looked at him with bloodshot eyes. The anger in their eyes was almost overflowing. After killing the Celestial Nine cultivator, Lu Ye's figure descended. When he was about to hit the ground, he suddenly changed direction and pounced toward the densest part of the crowd. The weapon box at his waist buzzed, and 9 Imperial artifacts flew out. They revolved around each other and crashed into the crowd like a spinning top. Lu Ye's figure followed, closely behind the Imperial artifact spinning top, constantly swinging the mountain saber in his hand. Screams and roars rang out one after another. There was also the sound of amber roaring. Every roar fiercely impacted the minds of the cultivators in front, making them dizzy. Lu Yi took the opportunity to kill. After a round of collision, more than 10 corpses lay on the ground. Lu Ye's body was also dyed red with blood. Some of it was his own, and some of it was his enemies. Fighting one against many, it was impossible for him to be unscathed. Fortunately, he could use the defensive spirit rune to protect his vitals. Lu Yi once again returned to the side of the Grand Formation's light barrier. The long saber in his hand was pointed diagonally at the ground, and his eyelids were slightly lowered. The many Profound Azure Palace cultivators across from him were no longer as angry as before. They all looked at Lu Yi in disbelief, and the originally noisy scene suddenly became incomparably quiet. Before this, if someone had told them that there was a person in this world who could single-handedly kill his way into a sect's encampment, and that it was the encampment of a core sect, no one would have believed it. As the saying goes, there is a limit to a person's strength. No matter how strong a person is, there is a limit. Even Feng Yuechan and Li Baxian, 2 of the 3 malignant tumors, were unable to do such a thing back then. First of all, breaking through the defensive formation and entering the encampment was a difficult problem for them. But now, such a thing was right before their eyes, right under their noses. Waves of shock surged in their hearts as they looked at the blood-soaked figure in front of them. The profound Azure Palace cultivators really wanted to ask, "Are you still human?" Lu Yi didn't waste any time. As the 9 Imperial artifacts buzzed, he once again charged into the enemy formation. Having learned their lesson, the profound Azure Palace cultivators immediately scattered and retreated. Lu Yi chased after them, charging forward and leaving corpses behind him. He killed his way to the square in front of the Heaven's Secret Hall, where nearly 70 cultivators were already waiting in formation. There weren't many cultivators in the core sect's encampment. On average, each sect only had about 100 people. Even those with more people didn't exceed 200. Naturally, the profound Azure Palace was the same. The entire sect, including their own cultivators and those affiliated with other sects, only had about 120 people. However, in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, nearly 30% of the 120 people had been killed. The remaining people had all gathered in front of the Heaven's Secret Hall. Body cultivators came first, followed by weapon cultivators and magic cultivators. As for ghost cultivators, they had already concealed themselves and were looking for a suitable opportunity to launch an attack. Chapter 4:25. The profound Azure Palace's formation was already strong enough to contend with Overlord-level demon beasts. To them, Lu Ye's current strength wasn't the slightest bit inferior to those legendary Overlord-level demon beasts. The 2 sides were separated by 60 meters. The atmosphere was solemn and murderous, intent surged. Lu Yi, who was standing in place, suddenly turned around and slashed out with his saber. With a flash of saber light, a ghost cultivator who had quietly snuck up to Lu Yi and was about to attack was directly split in half. The ghost cultivator's eyes were filled with disbelief before he died. He couldn't figure out how he had been exposed. The might of this saber strike made even more ghost cultivators who had hidden themselves not dare to act rashly. Lu Yi's perception seemed to be a bit too powerful. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ghost cultivators to ambush him. The saber strike seemed to be a signal. Following the sudden death of the ghost cultivator, the word kill suddenly exploded from the profound Azure Palace's formation. In the next instant, an overwhelming number of spells and streams of light from Imperial equipment blasted towards Lu Yi like a torrential downpour. With the support of the wind spirit tattoo, Lu Yi flew forward while dodging one attack after another. In the eyes of the profound Azure Palace's cultivators, Lu Ye's figure was as nimble as a fish in water. 90% of their spells and flying artifacts missed. Occasionally they would hit him, but they were blocked by the spirit tattoo activated by Lu Yi. The distance of 60 meters was covered in only 3 breaths of time. The body cultivator facing Lu Yi held a spirit artifact shield in front of him. His chi, blood, and spirit power surged together as he assumed an unbreakable stance. Lu Ye's saber-wielding right arm suddenly swelled up. Dense chi and blood converged on his right arm. He aimed at the spirit artifact shield and slashed down. In a flash, under everyone's shocked gazes, the 9 restrictions' great shield shattered into pieces and scattered in all directions. The protective effect it was supposed to have didn't even have the slightest bit of effect. Not only that, the mountain blade also took advantage of the momentum to hack the body cultivator behind the great shield to the ground. A A small gap appeared in the profound azure palace's tight formation with the fall of the body cultivator. Lu Ye's silhouette was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. He charged into the crowd through the gap, flying around on his weapon as he swung the mountain saber in his hand. When he was a celestial 8, he had once killed his way into the encampment of a myriad Devil Ridge force. In the end, he had been beaten to the point of covering his head and fleeing in a sorry state. But now his cultivation had already advanced to the 9th heaven, and he had even received 3 baptisms from the heavens. His strength was much stronger than before. The current Lu Yi already had the capital to annihilate a sect by himself. If he didn't have such confidence, how could he have charged into the profound azure palace's base? Facing so many enemies alone, the best way to deal with it was to charge into the enemy's formation. Although it was easy to get surrounded like this, it would also allow him to better control the situation and limit the number of enemies who could attack him at the same time. Simply put, it was to make the enemy's hands and feet tied. On the other hand, if he distanced himself, it wouldn't be easy for him to be surrounded. But once he distanced himself, everyone could attack him with their weapons or spells, and the situation would only worsen. After charging into the enemy's formation, there were enemies everywhere, but at most 7 or 8 people could attack Lu Yi at the same time. Moreover, they were all fighting at close range, so Lu Yi didn't have to worry about being harassed by weapons or spells. Every time he killed a person, there would be a few more wounds on his body. Fortunately, Lu Ye's physique was strong enough. Those injuries looked serious, but in fact, they were only superficial wounds. He always used defensive spirit tattoos to protect his vital parts. The scene became chaotic. Hoopa, who was crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder, roared from time to time. Every time it roared, a group of people would be in trouble. In this chaotic situation, a petite figure silently appeared behind the profound azure palace's cultivators. It was Yi. When Lu Yi charged into the profound azure palace's base and killed the first few cultivators he encountered, Yi came out of Hu Po's body and hid underground. None of the profound azure palace's cultivators noticed her when she came out. She held a treasure that looked like a scroll in her hand. It was the 9 realms diagram that Madame Yun had bestowed upon her. She silently arrived behind the profound azure palace's cultivators and took advantage of the fact that Lu Ye's massacre had attracted everyone's attention to cover their heads with the 9 realms diagram. In an instant, the cultivators disappeared without a trace, and several figures appeared in the 9 realms diagram. Those figures were vivid and lifelike, and each of them had a stunned expression. Clearly, they didn't know what had happened. The 9 realms diagram was a spirit artifact level treasure, and it had always been under Yi's control. Although she could only use a bit of the 9 realms diagram's power with her current strength, it was more than enough to deal with spirit stream realm cultivators. After putting away those people, Yi immediately drilled into the ground and went several dozen meters underground. With Yi's current strength, even if she controlled the 9 realms diagram, it would be difficult for her to kill those people by herself. Moreover, she couldn't trap them for too long. It wasn't that the 9 realms diagram wasn't powerful enough, but that she wasn't strong enough. If she was strong enough, she could control the life and death of any enemy trapped in the 9 realms diagram. With a single thought, she could kill them without knowing why. Since she couldn't trap them for too long or kill them easily, she could only let them go. Therefore, after burrowing several hundred feet into the ground, he activated the 9 worlds diagram's power and directly released the people she had taken in. Those cultivators didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they died on the spot. How could a spirit stream realm cultivator withstand the enormous pressure of the ground several dozen meters underground? Only someone like E, who was neither real nor virtual, could freely travel underground. She rushed out again and did the same thing. The profound azure palace's cultivators were terrified. Lu Yi had charged into their base alone and killed people, which made them feel like they were being looked down upon and offended. They were filled with endless anger. But now they realized that he really had the ability to do so. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, another 30 out of the 80 people had died. Even the body cultivators who were wielding spirit weapon shields were unable to block his violent slash and were directly split into 2 halves along with their shields. What made them even more puzzled was that many people had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they had gone, but they were gone just like that. Now, less than 30 people were left of the original 80. The square in front of the heavenly secret hall was filled with blood, and corpses were piled up like mountains. The flowers of slaughter bloomed amidst the blood and corpses. The murderer was bathed in blood and seemed to have gone mad. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a single word and only killed. It was as if he had made up his mind to slaughter the entire profound Azure Palace. With so many people dead, the profound Azure Palace's cultivators who were lucky enough to survive were all terrified. Retreat to the 9 provinces. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Followers gathered. The profound Azure Palace's cultivators who were lucky enough to survive retreated as they fought. They ran toward the heavenly secret hall and disappeared one by one in front of the heavenly secret pillar. However, in the process, several more people died under the saber. Lu Yi only stopped when she couldn't see any profound Azure Palace's cultivators anymore. Yi came out from the ground and looked around. She said in shock, "Where did they go?" Relying on the 9 worlds diagram and her special spiritual body, she was constantly moving the enemies. Who would have thought that all of them would suddenly disappear, leaving behind a large number of corpses on the battlefield? They ran away. Lu Yi shook off the bloodstains on the mountain plate saber and sheathed it. What a pity! She thought that she would be able to kill all the profound Azure Palace's cultivators this time, but in the end, some still managed to escape. However, there shouldn't be many of them. 50 miles away from the profound Azure Palace's encampment, many streaks of light rushed over. The one in the lead was the guardian of the 3 sacred academies, Sidohan. Behind him were the elites of the 3 sacred academies. The 3 sacred academies and the profound Azure Palace's encampment were neighbors. In this generation, the 3 sacred academies didn't have many capable spirit stream realm cultivators. Their overall strength was weak, so they were often bullied by the profound Azure Palace and the other 2 factions of the myriad Devil Ridge. This was also the reason why the 3 sacred academies wanted Lu Yi to join their encampment. They originally thought that they could rope in Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan to ease the awkward situation of the 3 sacred academies' encampment. However, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan both advanced to the Cloud River realm. Thus, the matter of Lu Yi joining their encampment was left unsettled. When the 3 sacred academies' encampment was breached, the nearby factions of the myriad Devil Ridge also contributed greatly, especially the profound Azure Palace. As old neighbors, the enmity between them could be said to be innumerable. Although the 3 sacred academies' encampment had been rebuilt, due to the lack of contribution points, the world spirit chi inside the encampment was much weaker than before. Therefore, after receiving Lu Ye's message, Situ Han gathered nearly half of his men and aggressively charged toward the profound Azure Palace's encampment. They were prepared to cooperate with Lu Yi and take revenge for that day. Behind Situ Han, the group of cultivators all rubbed their fists and were filled with killing intent. "Junior Sister Feng," Situ Han suddenly called out. "I'm here." Feng Yu, who was standing behind him, quickly responded. Feng Yu was now a 9th Order cultivator, and with the help of the 3 sacred academies, she had gathered enough contribution points to buy a heaven-grade secret art. It wouldn't be long before she broke through to the 7th Order. "Where is Brother Yi now?" Situ Han asked. "Let me ask," Feng Yu said, and quickly sent a message to Lu Yi to ask about the situation. A moment later, her expression turned strange. 5th Senior Brother said that he is now in the profound Azure Palace's encampment. When Siduhan heard this, his expression changed slightly. Brother Yi is so impatient. Has he already killed his way in? After pondering for a moment, he urged his spirit energy and shouted, Junior brothers and junior sisters, Brother Yi has already killed his way into the profound Azure Palace's encampment. Right now, he might be surrounded on all sides. Hurry up and help him. Yes, the group of cultivators responded loudly. In the next moment, everyone's speed increased by a notch. After an incense stick's worth of time, several dozen people rushed to the profound Azure Palace's encampment under Siduhan's lead. However, when they looked around, they saw that the profound Azure Palace's defensive array had already been activated. Starting from a certain direction, it extended all the way into the encampment. There were corpses and blood everywhere. Is the battle over? Siduhan was dumbfounded. Chapter 4:26. Following the traces of the battle, Siduhan led a few dozen people to the square in front of the Heaven's secret hall. From afar, they saw a figure covered in blood, sitting on the steps in front of the Heaven's secret hall. A sheathed long saber was casually placed beside him, and in front of him were 200 storage pouches. Looking at his focused posture, it seemed like he was opening the restriction lock on the storage pouches, and that figure that seemed to be covered in blood was none other than Lu Ye, fifth senior brother. Feng Yu quickly stepped forward. Lu Yi raised his head and nodded slightly. He then looked at Siduhan, who had a complicated expression on his face. You're here. Siduhan returned to his senses and quickly bowed. He then asked, Brother Ye, are we late? No, we're just in time. The battle just ended. Siduhan originally planned to bring a few dozen people to assist Lu Yi, but when he arrived, he discovered that the battle had already ended. Moreover, it ended with the profound Azure Palace suffering a crushing defeat. He casually counted the corpses scattered around the encampment. There were at least 60 to 70 corpses scattered around the encampment. Suddenly, he realized that Lu Yi didn't seem to have any intention of asking him for help. That was why he said it wasn't too late. Brother Ye, did you kill all of them by yourself? Of course not. Siduhan's heart relaxed. If all of them were killed by one person, it would be too terrifying. However, he didn't see any other helpers. They might have hidden themselves or left. Hupa helped me. Lu Yi raised his hand and patted Hupo's head, who was lying on the side. Didn't he kill all of them by himself? Siduhan's mood was fluctuating because of Lu Yi. He suddenly felt a little dizzy. The disciples of the 3 Saint Academies behind him swallowed their saliva as well. The miserable state of the profound Azure Palace's encampment was right in front of them. The square in front of the Heaven's Secret Hall was covered in corpses and blood, and this was actually the work of one person. They had long heard of Jade Blood Sect's Lu Ye's outstanding strength and methods, but only after witnessing it with their own eyes did they realize that the rumors were true. Siduhan took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, Brother Ye, you asked me to come over because you want to. He was a little confused. Since Lu Yi had the ability to slaughter an entire sect, why did Feng Yu ask him to come over? He originally thought that Lu Yi wanted him to bring some people to help, but now it seems that was not the case. Last time, because of me, the 3rd Sacred Academy's encampment was destroyed. I asked around and found out that the profound Azure Palace played a big part in it. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye. Since they destroyed the 3rd Sacred Academy's encampment, I'll destroy the profound Azure Palaces. By the way, didn't our sect leader make an agreement with the 3rd Sacred Academy? I'm already at the 9th level of heaven, and I'll be leaving the Spirit Stream battlefield soon. So I can't keep my end of the bargain. Before I leave, I'll take the opportunity to relieve some pressure on the 3rd Sacred Academy. Siduhan was speechless. This wasn't just relieving the pressure. Judging from the result of this battle, the profound Azure Palace had lost so many people. In the future, they could forget about riding on the heads of the 3rd Sacred Academy. Nothing in the profound Azure Palace has been touched. Brother Situ, please help yourself. The group from Third Sacred Academy became excited. They all understood what Lu Yi meant. Situ Han was even more ashamed. How can I accept that? We didn't do anything. In the inner circle, the Heaven Expanse Sect's encampment was destroyed because of me. Whatever they lost, I'll bring them back. Since the Third Sacred Academy's encampment was destroyed because of me, I should treat everyone equally. Brother Situ, please don't refuse. In the future, many of my Jade Blood Sect's disciples will come to your sect's encampment to train. At that time, I'll have to ask your sect to take care of us. Hearing Lu Ye's words, Situ Han no longer refused. Then I won't be polite. In the future, if your sect's disciples want to come to my sect's encampment to cultivate, just say the word. My sect's encampment will always be open to your disciples. With Situ Han's command, the group of people he brought with him immediately scattered around the profound Azure Palace's encampment. They looted everything they could and put it into their storage pouches. Those that couldn't be taken away were destroyed on the spot. As for Situ Han himself, he directly entered the Heaven's Secret Hall and stood in front of the Heaven's Secret Pillar. He used his status as a guardian to plunder the various blessings of the profound Azure Palace. Lu Yi continued to open the restrictions on his storage pouch, while Feng Yu stayed behind to treat his injuries. It had to be said that after training in the Third Sacred Academy's encampment for the past few days, Feng Yu's cultivation and medical skills had greatly improved. Lu Yi casually chatted with her and knew that the Third Sacred Academy was very good to her, so he didn't blame her for what happened last time. After all, she was a medical cultivator, and a delicate one at that. No one would casually offend such a delicate medical cultivator. Moreover, the destruction of the Third Sacred Academy's encampment had nothing to do with her. It was the Myriad Devil Ridge's operation against Lu Yi. While the Myriad Devil Ridge's encampment was in full swing, the news of Lu Yi destroying the profound Azure Palace by himself quickly spread. Not everyone from the profound Azure Palace had died. In the end, about 30 people escaped through the Heaven's Secret Pillar. However, after this battle, more than 70% of the profound Azure Palace's core cultivators had been killed. Everyone's first reaction when they heard the news was that it was impossible, no matter how strong Lu Yi was, even if he had reached the 9th heaven realm. After the battle at the profound Azure Palace, his cultivation level on the Spirit Stream list had changed. However, even if he had reached the 9th heaven realm, it was impossible for him to destroy an entire sect by himself. Throughout history, this had never happened before. Even Feng Yuechan and Li Baxian didn't have such an ability. How could Lu Yi do it? After all, Feng Yuechan and Li Baxian had been in the Spirit Stream realm for more than 10 years. People constantly sent messages to the profound Azure Palace to inquire about the news and confirm the authenticity of the matter. In the end, they confirmed that it was true. The huge encampment of the profound Azure Palace had really been destroyed by Lu Yi single-handedly. According to the news, Lu Yi had relied on his own attainments in the Tao of Formations to break into the profound Azure Palace's encampment and started a massacre. Even if more than 80 people from the profound Azure Palace had set up a formation, they still couldn't stop him. Instead, their blood flowed like a river. This person's vile character and cruel methods were simply unheard of. He killed the core cultivators as if they were chickens. The entire 9 provinces was shaken. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, the Myriad Devil Ridge's forces in the core realm were all in danger. All the experts from the Myriad Devil Ridge who had confirmed the news couldn't help but be absent-minded. Before this, the Myriad Demon Ridge had already predicted that if Lu Yi was allowed to ascend to the heavenly 9th rank, the entire Spirit Stream battlefield would most likely be dominated by him alone. Even so, no one had expected that this guy would actually do something so outrageous after ascending to the heavenly 9th rank. Could it be that this huge Spirit Stream battlefield was really going to enter an era of one person's rule? Who in the myriad Devil Ridge would be willing to accept this? Was there really no one who could deal with this guy who killed people like flies? Half a day later, another shocking piece of news came out. The Crescent Moon Pavilion's encampment, which wasn't far from the profound Azure Palace's encampment, had been destroyed. It was still Luia, and he was still single-handedly doing it. The profound Azure Palace was a third-grade force, and they didn't even have a spirit stream ranking expert in their encampment. The number of Heaven Ninth Realm cultivators they had was also limited. If the profound Azure Palace's encampment was destroyed because their foundation wasn't strong enough, then the Crescent Moon Pavilion's encampment was destroyed because Luia was strong enough. After all, the Crescent Moon Pavilion was a first-grade force. The sect had more Heaven Ninth Realm cultivators than the profound Azure Palace, and they also had a spirit stream ranking expert in the 50s. Even so, after paying an extremely heavy price, the surviving cultivators of the Crescent Moon Pavilion could only be forced to retreat to the 9 states. Such a huge encampment had fallen into the hands of a single person. Overall, the Crescent Moon Pavilion's losses weren't too great, because they had learned a lesson from the profound Azure Palace. They had set up a formation from the very beginning. When they retreated in the end, they had also retreated in an orderly manner. Even so, 30 to 40 people had still died. 34 good seedlings who could advance to the Cloud River tier at any time had been killed just like that. The higher-ups of the Crescent Moon Pavilion were heartbroken. When the profound Azure Palace's encampment had been destroyed, many of the myriad Devil Ridge's forces had still held onto the hope that it was because the profound Azure Palace was too weak. However, after the news of the Crescent Moon Pavilion's encampment being destroyed spread, these cultivators had no choice but to take Luia seriously. Even the encampment of a first-grade sect couldn't stop this guy's slaughter. Looking at the entire Spirit Stream battlefield, who could stop him? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation P. The next day, the third encampment of the myriad Devil Ridge was destroyed. It was near the profound Azure Palace and the Crescent Moon Pavilion. While the myriad Devil Ridge's forces were furious, they were also shocked. Thinking back, when Luia was stirring up trouble in the Inner Zone, he had to pull out the Grand Heaven Alliance's allied forces and rely on them to act. However, now that he was in the Core Zone, he didn't need any allied forces at all. Wherever he went, he could bring disaster to a sect. Luia was fully deserving of the title of Sect Destroyer. As expected, there were only wrong names but no wrong nicknames. At that time, in order to contain Luia, the myriad Devil Ridge had gathered a lot of people. While confronting the Grand Heaven Alliance's allied forces, they had asked the Divine Sea Realm cultivators to come forward and negotiate. In the end, they paid a lot of materials and settled the matter peacefully. However, now that Luia was acting alone, it was really difficult for the myriad Devil Ridge to deal with him. Of course, they could gather more people. However, Luia's cultivation was at the 9th Heaven Realm and his speed was unparalleled. Who could catch up with him? If they couldn't catch up with him, what was the point of gathering more people? For a moment, many experts of the myriad Devil Ridge had a headache. They were shocked to find that they didn't have any means to restrain Luia. Unless they abandoned all the encampments, formed an army, and then wiped out the encampment of the Grand Heaven Alliance. If that was the case, then it would be their fault and no one would have a good ending. However, doing so would have no effect on Luia. The encampment of the Jade Blood Sect was at the outermost part of the battlefield. The storm in the Core Zone wouldn't affect the Jade Blood Sect at all. Time flew by. In the Core Zone of the battlefield, the encampments of the sects were destroyed one after another. Even the encampments of the first-rank sects were as fragile as paper in front of Luia. In the first few days, some sects didn't give up. They felt that the outside world had exaggerated Luia's strength and tried to resist Luia's attack with the advantage of numbers. However, after suffering losses, They all gave up their encampments and retreated to their own sects in the 9 states. Chapter 4:27. In just 10 days, more than 20 sects of the myriad Devil Ridge in the core circle had been breached. On average, there were about 2 sects per day. In order to reduce the loss of people, some sects retreated to the 9 states when Lu Yi arrived and took away everything they could. However, the various blessings on the divine pillars could not be taken away and were plundered by Lu Yi to his heart's content. There were still some sects that stubbornly resisted. However, after being killed by Lu Yi several times and losing a large number of people, they recognized the reality. Now, in the Spirit Stream battlefield, there was really no one who could stop Lu Yi. All the sects of the myriad Devil Ridge in the Spirit Stream battlefield, whether they were 1st grade, 2nd grade, or 3rd grade, were like naked girls placed in front of this guy, allowing him to ravage them. At this moment, the powerhouses of the myriad Devil Ridge were horrified to discover that when a person was powerful to a certain extent, they could really do whatever they wanted. Riding on the momentum rolled up by Lu Yi, many sects of the Grand Sky Alliance were also ready to make a move. For a time, in the core circle of the battlefield, undercurrents surged, and there were signs that a shocking battle was about to break out. In the sky, Lu Yi ended the transmission with his 2nd senior sister and frowned. In the past 10 days, he had gained a lot. Not to mention that he could plunder a large number of blessings every time he breached a myriad Devil Ridge encampment. He had also obtained a huge amount of spoils from killing the cultivators of the core circle. However, he had a faint feeling that if he continued to do this, something would happen. The greatest possibility was that the core circle would be completely chaotic. At that time, whether it was the myriad Devil Ridge or the Grand Sky Alliance, they would not have a good time. Therefore, he specially sent a message to his 2nd senior sister and told her his concerns. Shui Yuan did not say too much. She only told him to act according to his heart and to have a clear conscience. The encampment in front of him was covered by a light screen. From the map, it was a 2nd grade sect called the Purple Gold Sect. The stream of light changed direction and landed outside the light screen of the large formation. At this moment, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion stood quietly outside the light screen. This old man had a kind expression and gave people a very warm feeling. Looking at the young man who descended from the sky and landed in front of him, the old man smiled slightly. "Are you little friend Yi from the Jade Blood Sect?" Lu Yi put his hand on the hilt of his saber and looked up at him. With one look, he could tell that this old man was not a Spirit Stream Stage cultivator. At such an old age, he was at least a true Lake Stage cultivator. Over the past 10 days, he had killed more than just Spirit Stream realm cultivators. A few sects had even sent out Cloud River True Lake realm cultivators. Because the original Spirit Stream realm cultivators were not enough to defend the encampment, they had no choice but to send out even more powerful cultivators. Of course, regardless of whether it was Yun He or Zhan who, after entering the Spirit Stream battlefield, the most powerful cultivator they could display was Tianjiu. It had to be said that these Cloud River True Lake Stage experts had indeed brought Lu Yi quite a bit of trouble. In the battle 3 days ago, Lu Yi killed his way in and out of their sect encampment. Only then did his opponent's fighting spirit completely crumble. Therefore, Lu Yi wasn't surprised to see a white-haired old man here. His sharp gaze swept over the old man's vitals, wondering how many slashes it would take to kill him if he suddenly attacked. The old man's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly said, "Little friend Yi, please don't be impatient. This old man is waiting here today not to make things difficult for you, but to discuss a business deal with you." Lu Yi remained silent and raised his gaze to look behind the old man at the 100 or so figures within the light screen of the Grand Formation. The old man laughed. "The little guy is just worried about this old man's safety, so he's keeping a close eye on me. Little friend, don't worry. Before this old man gives the order, they won't do anything to you. This is not the place to talk. If you trust this old man, Please follow me." With that, the old man summoned his flying spirit artifact and flew off into the distance. Lu Yi looked at the old man and then at the 100 or so people within the light screen of the grand formation. His hand that was stroking the hilt of his saber loosened slightly, and he followed the old man on his flying spirit artifact. Not long after, the old man and Lu Yi landed on a mountain peak several kilometers away from the encampment. Lu Yi scanned the surroundings with the support of spiritual runes in his eyes. There were no signs of an ambush or a formation. The old man stood on the mountain peak with one hand behind his back and looked down. He had a panoramic view of the myriad Devil Ridge's encampment. Suddenly he said, "The scenery here is good. Little friend, do you want to take a look together?" Lu Yi stepped forward and stood not far from the old man, looking down. "In your eyes, young friend, you should be able to see large amounts of merits and wealth. However, in my eyes, what I see is the result of the hard work of several generations of people in the Purple Gold sect, and the future of the Purple Gold sect." The old man slowly said, "Of course, you and I belong to different camps and stand on different sides. Naturally, what we see is different. If you have something to say, then say it," Lu Yi said. The old man nodded and said, "Since little friend is a straightforward person, then this old man will not beat around the bush. Since the beginning of the profound Azure Palace's encampment until today, Little Friend has destroyed a total of 23 myriad Devil Ridge forces in the past 10 days. The number of myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who have died at Little Friend's hands is also several hundred. Indeed, with the strength and foundation that Little Friend has shown, even if the sects in the core region send us old men, we may not be able to stop Little Friend's slaughter. If Little Friend is willing, Little Friend can attack them one by one and destroy all the encampments of the myriad Devil Ridge forces in the core region." This was the reality that the myriad Devil Ridge had to face. If Lu Yi really wanted to, none of the myriad Devil Ridge forces could keep their encampment. Don't say but. The old man was a little helpless by Lu Ye's words and could only say, "But Little Friend, have you thought about what would happen if Little Friend really did that?" Without waiting for Lu Yi to speak, the old man continued, "If that's really the case, then there will be countless Heaven Realm cultivators in the core region who have nothing to worry about. They don't need to protect their destroyed encampments. They can join forces and attack the other Grand Heaven Alliance encampments. If 100 people can't take them down, then 200 people. If 200 people can't take them down, then 300. There will always be a time when they can take them down. Little Friend, this old man has observed that Little Friend is not the kind of person who acts recklessly and recklessly. You should be able to think of this result. Of course, if Little Friend destroys other people's encampments and kills all the enemies in them, then there will naturally be no hidden danger." The old man spoke methodically, while Lu Yi listened expressionlessly. It had to be said that what the old man said was exactly what Lu Yi had been worried about recently. Ever since he entered the core region, he had been targeted in various ways by the myriad Devil Ridge. Before he had advanced to the 9th heaven, he had secretly made up his mind that when he advanced to the 9th heaven one day, he would take revenge on all the people who targeted him with interest. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation P. However, after he advanced to the 9th heaven and really did it, he realized that he had thought too simply of things. The old man was right. Every time he took down a myriad Devil Ridge encampment, there would be another hidden danger in the core region unless he killed all the enemies when he took down the encampment. However, this was impossible. Now that Lu Ye's terrifying battle record was there, the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge would not dare to defend their encampments and have any direct conflict with him. The most likely situation was that every time Lu Yi went to a place, the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge would give up their encampments and retreat to the 9 states to preserve their strength. In this way, Every time he took down a myriad Devil Ridge encampment, the hidden danger would increase. Once this hidden danger accumulated to the limit, it would definitely explode. By then, the entire core region would be embroiled in the flames of war. Without any worries, the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge would definitely band together and attack the encampments of the Grand Heaven Alliance. It was because of this layer of concern that he sent a message to his second senior sister, Shui Yuan, to ask what he should do next. However, Shui Yuan did not give him any clear instructions. Of course, little friend, if you only care about your own happiness and don't care about the consequences that Grand Sky Alliance might face in the future, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. My Violet Gold sect can't stop you. Although I'm a true lake stage cultivator, I'm not your opponent in the Spirit Stream battlefield. You can kill me and then attack the Violet Gold sect's base. My old bones should be worth a few hundred contribution points. Could Lu Yi ignore the consequences that the Grand Heaven Alliance might face in the future? Of course not. When his identity as a disciple of the Jade Blood sect was exposed, it was the many sects of the Grand Heaven Alliance that protected him. Previously, when he was rushing to the forest of 1,000 poisons, it was also the many cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance that protected him. This gave him enough time and energy to activate the Fire Phoenix spiritual pattern and break through the blockade of the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. Since he was a member of the Grand Heaven Alliance, no matter what, he had to consider the pros and cons of the matter from the perspective of the Grand Heaven Alliance. If the people in the same camp were not united, then how could they fight against the people in the other camp? If something could benefit him but cause the entire camp to be in deep trouble, then he definitely could not do it. Otherwise, the disciples of the Jade Blood sect would have a hard time establishing themselves in the 9 regions. He was now the 5th senior brother of the Jade Blood sect in name, but in reality he was the eldest senior brother. Naturally, he had to consider his junior brothers and sisters. Little friend, if you don't kill this old man will continue speaking. The old man observed Lu Ye's expression and felt relieved. Knowing that Lu Yi had listened to him, he finally felt relieved. To be honest, although he looked calm, his heart was beating like a drum. After all, it took a lot of courage to stand together with the sect destroyer, especially since the other party was young and vigorous and powerful. If he said something that made him unhappy, the other party might just cut him down. It was not strange for a hot-blooded young man to do something out of line. Now, it seemed that Lu Yi was quite reasonable. In the current situation, the strong are respected. There is only one rule in the cultivation world. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. The destruction of the 23 sects encampments has established your invincible position in the Spirit Stream battlefield. Everyone, including the myriad Devil Ridge, agrees with this. Chapter 4:28. If they were in the 9 prefectures, the elders' true lake stage cultivation could easily crush Lu Yi, who was in the Spirit Stream stage. However, this was the Spirit Stream battlefield. Even if he was in the Spirit Ocean stage, he would still have to consider Lu Ye's reaction before he spoke. It was truly tiring. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, you are invincible. Everyone will admit that. However, sometimes you cannot do whatever you want just because you are strong. Get to the point. Lu Yi interrupted his chatter. The elder did not mind. He pondered for a moment and said, "If you are not going to attack my Purple Gold sect's encampment, my Purple Gold sect is willing to spend money to buy peace." Spending money to avoid disaster was the elder's ultimate goal in finding Lu Yi. "Name your price." Lu Ye's straightforwardness left the old man slightly stunned. He had originally prepared a speech to persuade Lu Yi with emotion and reason. 50,000 contribution points. Lu Yi turned to look at the elder. His aura gradually became dangerous. The elder's scalp went numb. He hurriedly said, "Calm down, my friend. Of course, if you attack my Purple Gold sect's encampment, you'll get more than 50,000 contribution points. You will get more than 500,000. However, Just like what I said just now, once my purple gold sex encampment is destroyed, there will be a group of homeless people. They will definitely join forces with the other people whose encampments were destroyed and attack Grand Heaven Alliance's encampment together. I don't think you wish to see such a thing happen. Since we're talking about this as a business, of course, we have to take a step back. If you think that the purple gold sex encampment is only worth 50,000 contribution points, then there is no need to talk nonsense. The elder smiled and said, "The purple gold sex encampment is naturally worth more than 50,000 contribution points. The sect has worked hard for so many years. The amount of contribution points spent on the encampment is incalculable. If it is just my purple gold sect, we are willing to pay 500,000 contribution points, let alone 50,000. However, have you thought about how many sects there are in the core circle?" Lu Yi frowned. "What do you mean?" "In other words, if Little Friend agrees, the other sects of the Myriad Demon's Ridge should also be willing to pay 50,000 each. Little Friend, think about it. Just how much wealth can you bring to Little Friend?" Seeing that Lu Yi was silent, the old man said, "Let me do a simple calculation for you. There are about 10 first-grade sects, 20 to 30 second-grade sects, and 40 to 50 third-grade sects in each of the 9 continents. Conservatively speaking, there are about 80 to 100 sects, and this is just one continent. There are about 800 to 1,000 third-grade sects and above in the 9 continents. If the Haotian Alliance and the Myriad Devil Ridge divide it equally, there will be 400 to 500 sects in the Myriad Devil Ridge. If each sect pays 50,000 merit points, you'll get more than 20 million merit points. Do you still think it's too little?" Lu Yi was also shocked by the old man's calculations. 20 to 30 million merit points? What kind of abundant resources would that be? One must know that his mountain pan saber was only worth 138 merit points when he bought it from the Tianji treasure house. Among the 9 restrictions, spiritual weapons, this was already considered quite expensive. As for the body replenishing pill, it was only worth 160,000 merit points. 20 to 30 million merit points could buy hundreds of them. Of course, the Tianji treasure house was almost out of stock, and there were only a few left. So, Little Friend, don't think that my purple gold sect is offering too little. The 50,000 merit points is the result of my careful consideration. If Little Friend's price is too high, which sect of the Myriad Demon's Ridge would dare to give it to you? At that time, perhaps the Myriad Demon's Ridge would rather give up their encampment than give away so much wealth. What if they end up raising a monster? Are you sure that the other sects of the Myriad Demon's Ridge are willing to pay to avoid disaster?" Lu Yi asked. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "Last time, Little Friend caused some trouble in the inner circle. Didn't the Myriad Demon's Ridge use this method to settle the matter? Compared to the loss of their encampment, what is giving up some wealth? You should know that every encampment in the inner circle is the result of the hard work of several generations, or even more than 10 generations. Lu Yi nodded. Although the old man did not say it explicitly, Lu Yi could vaguely guess that the Myriad Demon's Ridge had reached some consensus. This old man seemed to be negotiating with him on behalf of the Purple Gold sect. But in fact, the entire Myriad Demon's Ridge was behind him. His proposal of paying to avoid disaster should be the best solution that the Myriad Demon's Ridge could accept at the moment. It was not impossible. Lu Yi had been worried that if he continued to attack the Myriad Demon's Ridge encampment like this, it might be difficult to clean up the mess. He did not want to implicate the other Grand Heaven Alliance forces. If the Myriad Demon's Ridge chose to pay to avoid disaster, his gains would be much smaller, but it would not cause too much trouble and chaos. Speaking of which, the merit points he obtained now would be converted into merit points for the sect. It could not be compared to the wealth that could be used in cultivation. The Jade Blood sect's need for merit points was not so urgent now. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the encampment had been raised to the limit. Even if they had more merit points, it would only expand the encampment's range. However, if they could obtain cultivation resources, the disciples would grow faster. It was a good deal. 100,000 merit points for a third-rank sect, 200,000 for a second-rank sect, and 300,000 for a first-rank sect. Since the myriad demons Ridge wanted to do business this time, they could not blame him for raising the price. Naturally, he could not agree to the old man's proposal of 50,000 merit points for each sect. That was a condition offered by someone else, and he had his own conditions. In fact, 50,000 merit points was a lot of wealth. Just a 9 restrictions spirit weapon like the Mountain Pan Saber alone was enough to buy a few hundred of them. However, compared to the huge amount of merit points that the sects spent on their encampments, what was 100,000, 200,000, or 300,000? Lu Yi believed that his asking price was very fair and that the sects of the Myriad Demons Ridge could accept it. Young friend, the old man hurriedly said. However, Lu Yi did not give him a chance. He took out a map and chose a location. I will wait for you at the Heavenly Sword Peak for 10 days. After 10 days, if any sect does not give me the wealth I need, I will personally visit them. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his spirit boat and soared into the sky. Young friend, the old man shouted, but Lu Yi ignored him. The old man could only watch as Lu Yi disappeared at the end of his line of sight. After half an hour, Lu Ye's conditions had spread throughout the core sects of the Myriad Demons Ridge. Many people jumped and cursing Lu Ye for being insatiably greedy. As the old man had said, if each sect offered 50,000 merit points, the Jade Blood sect would be able to obtain 20 to 30 million merit points in the end. If Lu Ye's conditions were given, the value of the treasures that would fall into the hands of the Jade Blood sect would be terrifying. After a rough calculation, it would be worth 50 to 60 million merit points. 20 to 30 million merit points would be enough to transform the entire Jade Blood sect. How much would 50 to 60 million merit points be? It was unimaginable. The hot-tempered old man even clamored for Lu Ye to destroy all the encampments of the Myriad Demons Ridge's forces. Then everyone would join forces to deal with the Grand Sky Alliance's encampment. No one would have an easy time. But in the end, it was just clamoring, just as the old man from the Purple Gold sect had said. Each sect's encampment in the core circle was the result of several generations of hard work. The amount of merit points spent on the encampment was incalculable. Now, they only needed 100,000 merit points, 200,000 merit points, or even 300,000 merit points to avoid disaster. It was actually acceptable, but some people just couldn't get over it. The 23 sects that had their encampments destroyed were about to cry if only Lu Ye had proposed this condition earlier. Their encampments had already been destroyed. If they wanted to rebuild their encampments, who knew how many years of hard work it would take? No one had ever thought that a spirit stream realm cultivator could create such a huge amount of wealth. Including the compensation that the Myriad Demons Ridge had given to the Grand Sky Alliance, the Myriad Demons Ridge had lost too much because of Lu Ye. The Heavenly Sword Peak was located in the center of the Spirit Stream battlefield. It was also the center of the core circle. The entire Spirit Mountain was like a sharp sword that had fallen from the sky, towering over the earth. The Spirit Mountain was thousands of blades high and rugged. The reason why Lu Ye chose the Heavenly Sword Peak to make a deal with the various factions of the Myriad Demons Ridge was because it was located in the middle. No matter which faction of the Myriad Demons Ridge came from, 10 days would be enough. If they didn't come after 10 days, it was obvious that they didn't agree with the method of spending money to avoid disaster. At that time, there would be no need to be polite with them. They could just directly destroy their encampments. Lu Ye spent 2 days rushing from the Purple Gold sect to the Heavenly Sword Peak. There were actually people on the lone peak. They were 2 women. They seemed to be comprehending nature and cultivating in peace. Hearing the commotion, they opened their eyes and suddenly felt that Lu Ye looked somewhat familiar. After carefully identifying him, they were instantly shocked. It was actually Lu Ye of the Jade Blood Sect. The two women only hated themselves for being so unlucky. They actually bumped into this jinx while cultivating at the Heavenly Sword Peak. They instantly trembled. The slightly older senior sister whispered, "This is bad. What should we do now?" The other woman said weakly, "Fight it out with him." "We can't beat him. He's killed so many people recently." The senior sister shook her head. "Then what should we do?" The junior sister's voice carried a sobbing tone. "Why don't junior sister go and seduce him?" The senior sister suggested. "Seduce? Seduce him with what? His expression looks so scary." The junior sister's face was filled with confusion. "Idiot, of course we'll use breasts. I heard that he likes women with big breasts the most. Do you know Bai Lan on the spirit stream list? It's because she's big enough that she escaped from him. Junior sister, you have a lot of capital. You can definitely do it." "Huh." The junior sister obviously heard this for the first time and found it hard to accept. Suddenly, she saw Lu Ye turn his head to look at her, and her face suddenly turned pale. The senior sister hurriedly patted her back, and the junior sister immediately puffed out her chest. The corners of her eyes twitched, and she squeezed out a smile. Before she could say anything, she saw Lu Ye indifferently glance at her and lightly spit out a word, "Scram!" Perhaps because he had killed too many people recently, he didn't have any killing intent. The two women were stunned for a moment, then hurriedly took out their spirit tools and rushed into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After flying for a long time, the junior sister patted her chest. "That scared me to death." The senior sister said, "As expected, this guy likes big and round. Damn it." Chapter 429. On the Heavenly Sword Peak, Lu Ye sat cross-legged with the mountain saber on his knees. He held the hilt of the saber with both hands with his palms facing up. As he breathed in and out, his body and mind intersected with the saber. He had already stayed here for 3 days, and he had released the conditions to the major factions of the Myriad Devil Ridge for 5 days. However, until today, no cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge had appeared. However, Lu Ye's powerful perception could sense that there were many ghost cultivators hiding in the shadows. Lu Ye originally thought that these ghost cultivators were here to kill him, but now it seemed that it was not the case. If they were really here to kill him, they would have made a move long ago. He had revealed a lot of flaws in the past few days. Didn't the Myriad Devil Ridge want to kill him? Of course they did. However, none of the ghost cultivators dared to act rashly. Lu Ye had already offered the corresponding conditions to the major sects in the core circle of the Myriad Devil Ridge. As long as those sects could pay a certain price, they could spend money to avoid disaster. At such a sensitive time, which ghost cultivator would dare to act rashly? It would be good if they could kill Lu Ye, but if they failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Lu Ye could roughly guess the thoughts of these ghost cultivators. Some of these ghost cultivators hiding in the shadows should have been sent by the major sects of the Myriad Devil Ridge to monitor his movements. Some of them might have brought a lot of treasures with them and were prepared to spend money to avoid disaster. However, the time limit was not up yet, so they were not in a hurry to hand over the treasures. Another point was that none of these ghost cultivators were willing to be the first to hand over the treasures. They were all waiting for others to act. After all, this was not something to be proud of. There were still 5 days before the time limit given by Lu Ye. There was no rush. As time passed, the number of ghost cultivators who rushed to the Heavenly Sword Peak and hid in the shadows to observe Lu Ye increased. At the same time, the Tianji Business Alliance released an interesting piece of news. At some point in time, there was another Overlord-level demon beast, and it was a demoness who could transform into a human form. It was different from the overlord-level demon beasts that were currently recorded. This demoness did not have a fixed territory. Instead, she wandered around the core circle. She seemed to be looking for something. In fact, as early as 2 months ago, the Tianji Business Alliance had already observed this demoness. However, she did not appear many times during this period of time. However, the demoness appeared more and more frequently. This attracted the attention and vigilance of many people. As for what she was looking for, no one knew. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that this demoness did not seem to have much malice towards the cultivators. As long as he did not take the initiative to provoke her, she also wouldn't do anything to the cultivators. According to the observations of the experts of the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance, this demoness was a human form of a fire-type demonic beast. Its true form should be a fire fong. As for her background, it was very likely that it came from the Land of Fire. This was because the Land of Fire was a forbidden zone for cultivators. It was the most suitable habitat for fire-type demonic beasts. Several months ago, the Land of Fire had slowly disappeared. Therefore, the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance deduced this demoness should have lived in the Land of Fire, but now that the Land of Fire had disappeared for some unknown reason, she had lost her territory and was looking for a place to stay. When the news spread, all the major sects were tempted. A demoness that could transform into a human form could be accepted into the sect. If that was the case, then that would undoubtedly be a great help to the sect. With such an overlord-level demoness overseeing the base, who would dare to cause trouble? Why had the Jade Blood sect's base been so impregnable all these years that no one dared to invade? Wasn't it because there was an overlord-level demonic beast overseeing it? Several sects' cultivators had already tried to make contact with the demoness, but without exception, all of them had failed. It wasn't until the demoness flew past the Heavenly Sword Peak that she suddenly seemed to have discovered something and landed in front of Lu Yi. A pair of fiery red eyes stared at Lu Yi as she spat out a few unclear words. Found it. Lu Yi, who was cultivating and reading a book, looked up and saw that it was this fellow. He felt a headache coming on. Why are you here? He didn't expect that he would actually see this overlord-level demoness again. And from the other party's words, it seemed that she was looking for him. The ghost cultivators hiding in the dark were all shocked. No one knew. How did Lu Ye get involved with an overlord-level demoness? And from the looks of it, the relationship between the two seemed to be not simple. I'm looking for you. The demoness said, What's the matter? I can't find the fire. Then it's gone. It would be strange if she could find it. The true phoenix fire had long been devoured by the talent tree, and now it had become his fire phoenix spirit mark. However, the demoness' persistence was admirable. It had been so long, but she was still looking for the fire. The demoness shook her head. It's impossible that it's gone. Take me to find it. As she spoke, she reached out to grab Lu Yi, regardless of whether he was willing or not. Lu Yi was naturally unwilling, not to mention that the true phoenix fire was gone. Even if it was, he didn't want to have anything to do with an overlord-level demonic beast. It was too insecure. His figure flashed, and he dodged the other party's grab. Lu Yi said, Why don't you look for it more carefully? I can't find it. The demoness shook her head and insisted. Take me there. She reached out to grab Lu Yi again. Lu Yi frowned and suddenly unsheathed his Pan Mountain saber. The saber flashed, and the demoness sharply retracted her hand. Her red eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression became unfriendly. Don't touch me. When others are talking to you, you have to listen carefully. Lu Yi placed a saber in front of him and said seriously, I want that fire. The demoness' expression became impatient. Her 10 fingers quickly sharpened like claws, and fiery red, demonic chi roiled around her body. The ghostly cultivators, hiding in the shadows, were dumbfounded. They had originally thought that Lu Ye had an unusual relationship with this overlord-level demonic beast. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come looking for them so directly. But now, it seemed that their relationship wasn't ordinary. However, it seemed like they were enemies. There was going to be a good show to watch. Lu Yi rubbed the hilt of his saber with his thumb and lowered his eyes slightly. Don't pester me endlessly. I have hundreds of brothers behind me. If you dare to act impudently, you might not be able to leave here alive today. The female demon's sharp gaze immediately swept the surroundings. Under her gaze, the ghost cultivators who were hiding in the dark immediately turned pale with fright, as if they had been stripped naked. They knew in their hearts that their whereabouts had long been discovered by Lu Yi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds rang out as the ghostly cultivators in hiding revealed themselves. They summoned their spirit tools and fled in all directions. The demoness turned to look at Lu Yi. Lu Yi had already slashed his saber at her. He had fought this demoness twice before. So Lu Yi knew that even though she was strong, she was lacking in intelligence. This kind of simple-minded person was usually very stubborn. Since she had been looking for him and wanted him to take her to the true Phoenix Fire, she wouldn't give up so easily. So if he wanted her to back off, he would have to fight her. When Lu Yi had first encountered her in the Land of Fire, her cultivation was only at the Heaven Level 7. At that time, Lu Yi had been injured in a short exchange. But now things were different. Lu Yi was now at the Heaven Level 9 and had undergone the baptism of Heaven's bestowment 3 times. With his strength alone, he was able to suppress the entire Myriad Demon Mountain range. He didn't know if he could defeat this demoness, but only by being strong enough would he have the right to talk to her as an equal. This was the unchanging truth of the demonic beast circle. In the face of this saber strike, the demoness' body was so light that it seemed weightless. She lightly floated back and dodged. But what she faced next was a torrential storm of saber light. Lu Yi had started fighting with the Overlord-class demoness on the Heavenly Sword Peak. The news spread like wildfire. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, it spread across the entire Spirit Stream battlefield and then to the Kingdom of the 9 States. The powerful cultivators of the Myriad Demon Mountain Range were all shocked, and they almost threw their heads back and howled with laughter. This was truly a case of self-destruction. Although she didn't know why Lu Yi wanted to fight with that Overlord-class demoness, she was still an Overlord-class existence. No matter how strong Lu Yi was, could he be her opponent? The cultivators of the Myriad Demon Mountain Range, who hated Lu Yi to the core, felt like they could already see him dying at the hands of the demoness. They could only wait to celebrate. According to the information provided by the ghostly cultivators present, the Overlord-class demoness had come straight for Lu Yi. When she had appeared, she had said, "I've found you." Afterwards, her conversation with Lu Yi had involved a ball of fire or something of the sort. In any case, the man and the demoness were already locked in a fierce battle. The ghostly cultivators were all watching from afar, constantly passing on the latest news. The powerful cultivators of the Myriad Demon Mountain Range were all secretly praying that the demoness would unleash her invincible might and kill Lu Yi. As long as he was dead, the Spirit Stream battlefield would be peaceful in the future, and the Myriad Demon Mountain Range wouldn't have to hand over the treasures they had prepared. However, as the news continued to spread, the Myriad Demon Mountain Range's earnest expectations were doused with a bucket of cold water. That Lu Yi's strength was beyond imagination. He could actually fight an Overlord-level existence to such an extent, exchanging blows back and forth near the Heavenly Sword Peak. 2 figures were constantly crisscrossing. One was Lu Yi, who had activated the Flying Wings spirit pattern, and the other was the demoness who had grown a pair of wings. Both figures were extremely agile, colliding from time to time. The confrontation of spirit power and demonic power dyed the sky red. In terms of speed, Lu Yi was not inferior to the demoness at all. In terms of strength, they were even on par. In terms of means, Lu Yi was even stronger than the demoness. News of the battle continued to be passed on by the ghostly cultivators who were secretly watching the battle. The originally lively, Myriad Demon Mountain Range camp was dead silent. The Myriad Demon Mountain Range realized an extremely terrifying fact. To be able to fight so fiercely with an overlord-class existence, Lu Yi undoubtedly had the strength of an overlord-class existence. This was the first time since ancient times that a cultivator had ascended to the position of an overlord-class existence. This battle lasted from day to night, and from night to day, the battle between the man and the demoness shifted from the ground to the sky, and from the sky to the ground. After a full day and night, the battle finally came to an end. Chapter 430. On the Heavenly Sword Peak, Lu Yi was bare-chested and covered in wounds. Yi was cleaning his wounds, applying medicinal herbs, and carefully bandaging them. Although the battle with the demoness had been difficult, he had fought to his heart's content. With his current strength, there was no one in the entire Spirit Stream battlefield who could be his match. Before he had ascended to the heavenly rank, Lan Zi might have been able to fight him. However, after he had ascended to the heavenly rank, even Lan Zi had to step aside. In the past 2 months, Lan Zi, who was ranked second on the Spirit Stream list, had not challenged him. This was the best proof. The only ones who could fight him were the Overlord-level existences. There was no winner or loser in this battle. It could be said that both sides were winners and losers. Both he and the demoness had suffered different degrees of injuries. At the end of the battle, both of them were about to run out of oil. After the battle, the demoness quickly left. Although she was not very smart, she knew that it was not suitable for her to show her face in front of others in her current state. Who knew where she was hiding to recuperate? Lu Yi did not leave. He had to wait here for the people from the Myriad Devil Ridge to deliver the items. Under the night sky, the sound of someone stepping on dried leaves could be heard. Hupu immediately entered a state of alert. Yi also looked around vigilantly. Lu Yi sat cross-legged and held the Mountain Pan saber. This was his weakest moment. If the people from the Myriad Devil Ridge really wanted to kill him, this was the best time to do so. A figure appeared not far in front of Lu Yi. Judging by his attire, it was obviously a ghost cultivator. The ghost cultivator stood 10 feet away from Lu Yi and cupped his fists. Then he raised his hand and threw a bulging storage pouch at Lu Yi. Yi raised her hand and caught it. When she looked up again, the ghost cultivator had disappeared. From the beginning to the end, that person had not said a word, nor did he reveal his background. Yi thought for a moment and quickly opened the storage pouch. She found a jade token from the storage pouch. There were 3 large words engraved on the jade token. It was the name of a force from the Myriad Devil Ridge in the core circle. Lu Yi said softly, and Lu Yi nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. After the first ghost cultivator appeared, more and more ghost cultivators appeared one after another. They threw a storage pouch at Lu Yi from afar and then fled without a word. Spending money to avoid calamity was not something to be proud of, so the ghost cultivators who came to hand over their belongings all remained silent. In any case, there was information left in the storage bags, so Lu Yi would know which sect had given the items and which had not. A moment later, storage pouches were thrown out from all directions like rain. Yi didn't have time to collect them. Many of the ghost cultivators who came to deliver the goods didn't even show their faces. They just threw out their storage bags from afar. After confirming that Lu Yi had collected them, their mission was considered complete. At this time, there were still 3 days left until the 10-day deadline that Lu Yi had set. Originally, the ghost cultivators who had come to deliver the supplies had made up their minds to wait until the last day. However, after the battle between Lu Yi and the demoness, the Myriad Demon Ridge had completely lost their temper. The current Lu Yi was already publicly acknowledged as a cultivator that had ascended to the position of an overlord, creating an unprecedented precedent. Which sect in the Myriad Devil Ridge would dare act rashly? What's more, there were also the previous examples of 23 sects being destroyed. Originally, some sects were prepared to bargain with Lu Yi to see if they could pay less. After all, even for a first-grade sect, It was not easy to take out 300,000 merit points at once. But now they couldn't say anything. In the face of an overlord, spending money to buy safety was something they could accept. By daybreak, there were as many as 400 to 500 storage pouches in front of Lu Yi. Yi was a little dizzy. Looking at the storage pouches, she murmured, "Lu Yi, we're rich." "We're rich." Lu Yi nodded heavily. After handing over the 10-point map to Yi, she would be in charge of checking the valuables. Checking the markings on the map to see if the myriad Demon Ridge factions had handed over enough valuables was a tedious task. Yi was the most suitable person for this task. After all, Lu Yi still had to recuperate. "By the way, leave the storage pouch of the Wild Blade sect," Lu Yi ordered again. Oh, 3 days later, Lu Ye's injuries were more or less healed. The items in the hundreds of storage pouches were also counted and sorted out by Yi, putting all the different types of belongings together. Even if they were carefully organized, the items in the hundreds of storage pouches couldn't be packed into a single storage pouch. There were too many things. In the end, there were still nearly 30 storage pouches, each filled to the brim. Lu Yi couldn't help but frown. With so many storage pouches hanging on his body, it was more or less an eyesore. Moreover, it would affect his fighting ability, but there was no way around it. How many people could understand the troubles of being rich? However, according to Yi's 10-point map, except for the 23 sects that Lu Yi had destroyed, all the other sects in the myriad Demon Ridge had delivered goods. Not a single one was left out. "This is from the Wild Blade sect." Yi handed a separate storage pouch to Lu Yi. Opening it, Lu Yi saw all sorts of things inside. There were pills, spirit stones, spirit weapons, and herbs. Lu Yi couldn't estimate the value of all of them, but the Wild Blade sect was a first-grade sect in Dingzhou. Since they had chosen to pay for it, the value of the items in the pouch should be at least 300,000 merit points. "Do you think there's 300,000 merit points in here?" Lu Yi asked Yi. "Yes, I think so." Yi wasn't sure either. She had a faint feeling that Lu Yi was up to no good. If you can't be sure, then there's none. Lu Yi was suddenly filled with killing intent. The Wild Blade sect sure has guts. It seems they don't want their base anymore. Yi's eyes twitched. "What are you going to do?" She didn't know why Lu Yi was targeting the Wild Blade sect. To the Wild Blade sect. Lu Yi stood up, took out his flying spirit weapon, and soared into the sky. Half a day later, Lu Ye's figure landed in front of the Wild Blade sect's base. Immediately, a Wild Blade sect cultivator sensed the commotion and came to investigate. He immediately saw a young man with a ring of storage pouches hanging from his waist. The cultivator was stunned when he saw the storage pouches hanging from his abdomen all the way to the back of his waist. He had never seen a person carry so many storage pouches around. Lu Ye's current state was just short of the word rich engraved on his forehead. Looking at the young man's face, the cultivator's expression changed drastically. Lu Yi ignored him and activated the Insight Spirit mark to observe the formation nodes in front of him, then threw out a few formation flags. "Lu Yi, what are you doing?" The cultivator couldn't help but shout. It was rumored that Lu Yi had a unique skill when it came to breaking through formations. The sects that had been attacked by him first had their bases infiltrated by him using special methods and slaughtered. So when he saw Lu Ye's actions, the cultivator panicked. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yi had already lifted a corner of the Grand Formation and walked in leisurely. The cultivator immediately took a few steps back and raised his hand to grab his spirit weapon. Although he was terrified, he shouted, "Lu Yi is attacking!" In an instant, the entire Wild Blade sect's base was in an uproar. Figures flew over from all directions and stood dozens of feet in front of Lu Yi, waiting for him. As expected of a first-grade sect's base, the response was extremely fast. In less than 10 breaths of time after the person shouted, dozens of people had gathered. Although they had heard of Lu Yi, it was the first time they had seen him in person. They couldn't help but look up and down and didn't see anything special about him. However, the identity of an overlord-level existence couldn't be ignored. So even if the Wild Blade sect had a large number of people, the cultivators were still nervous. On the other hand, Lu Yi, who had broken into the defensive formation alone, was very calm. A man with a decent appearance stepped out and asked in a deep voice, "Lu Yi, what do you want by breaking into my Wild Blade sect space?" Those who could stand out and speak at this time were either the guardian or the deputy. The others didn't have the qualifications to do so. Lu Yi threw the storage bag in his hand to the man. The man caught it and opened it with a frown. He quickly put it away with an ugly expression. "What's the meaning of this?" This storage bag was clearly passed through his hands to a ghost cultivator in the sect and then sent to the Sky Sword Peak. It was also the property worth 300,000 merit points that the Wild Blade sect paid for it. Lu Yi suddenly returned the storage bag untouched. Obviously, he didn't come with good intentions. "It's not enough. Have you checked it carefully?" The man gritted his teeth. It was impossible that it wasn't enough. This matter was handled by him and a true Lake Stage elder, so he knew better than anyone what was in the storage bag and how much it was worth. Since they chose to pay to avoid disaster, the Wild Blade sect naturally wouldn't skimp on the property. That would undoubtedly be asking for trouble. You can sell it to the Tianji treasure house now and see if it's worth 300,000 merit points. Lu Yi looked at him expressionlessly. Although he didn't know the exact value of the property, he was sure that it wouldn't be worth 300,000 merit points if he sold it to the Tianji treasure house. This was because the price of buying and selling from the Tianji treasure house was completely different. The difference was almost double. The man's expression changed. "You're using this method to calculate?" If this was the case, then they would have to pay an equivalent amount of property. This was too much. Is there a problem? It wasn't just a problem, it was a big problem. Moreover, as far as he knew, the other factions in the Myriad Devil Ridge paid based on the price of what they bought from the Tianji treasure house and not the value of what they sold. The man was so angry that he laughed. "Lu Yi, don't be greedy." "Are you scolding me?" Lu Yi stared at him. "I'm not." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed greatly. Lu Yi's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, leaving behind afterimages. The man hurriedly took out his spiritual weapon to block. With a boom, the huge force sent the man flying. He fell into the crowd and staggered to his feet, blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. His face was full of shock. One had to know that he was ranked in the 20s on the Spirit Stream list, but he couldn't even block a normal attack from Lu Yi. Today's matter can't be solved without 20 pieces of saber cultivation experience. Lu Yi's voice slowly sounded. Chapter 431. Third senior brother Shao Xinghe's saber cultivation experience was of great help to Lu Yi. After all, his third senior brother was only in the true Lake Stage. Ever since Lu Yi obtained the saber cultivation experience, he had been thinking that it would be great if he had more saber cultivation experience. However, in the entire 9 prefectures, the Haotian Alliance didn't have a sect that was famous for saber cultivation. There was one sword cultivation sect, the North Profound Sword Sect in the War Province. Therefore, all the sword cultivators in the 9 prefectures liked to go to the North Profound Sword Sect to cultivate and improve their sword cultivation. Since Lu Yi was a saber cultivator, there was no point in going to the North Profound Sword Sect. However, he couldn't go to the Wild Saber Sect. The Wild Saber sect belonged to the Wanmo Ridge. If he dared to go there, he wouldn't even be able to see the moon tonight, let alone the sun tomorrow. Even if he couldn't go to the Wild Saber Sect's main sect, he could at least go to the Wild Saber Sect's encampment in the Spirit Stream battlefield. He didn't expect the experts of the Wild Saber Sect to personally teach him anything. He could just give 20 sets of saber cultivation experience like his third senior brothers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the wild saber sect. There were hundreds of sects in the Wanmo Ridge. After he said that, the cultivators of the wild saber sect finally understood Lu Ye's intention, saying that the value of the items in the storage bag was less than 300,000 merit points was all bullshit. The real reason he came here was to ask for saber cultivation experience inside the light curtain of the Grand Array. Seeing that their guardian had been injured by Lu Yi with a single blow, some people couldn't hold back and rushed towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi lowered his eyes and pointed his saber at the ground. Spiritual energy surged and the saber was surrounded by flames. "Stop!" the man shouted angrily. Seeing that his cultivator stopped, he let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't let his cultivator fight with Lu Yi. If the battle started, many of them would die. The Xianqing Palace was a good example. The first encampment that Lu Yi attacked in the core circle was the Xianqing Palace. In that battle, the Xianqing Palace lost 70 to 80% of its cultivators. It took a long time for them to recover. Although the Wild Blade Sect's grade was higher than the Profound Azure Palace's, the overall strength of the Spirit Stream Realm cultivators wasn't much stronger than the Profound Azure Palace's. If Lu Yi could kill 70% of the cultivators from the Dark Azure Palace, he could also kill 70% of the cultivators from the Wild Saber Sect. If that happened, they wouldn't even be able to protect their own base. After taking a deep breath, the man said, "Lu Yi, don't go too far. If you can't make the decision, then go find someone who can. I still have something important to do, so I'll wait for an hour. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer after an hour, I'll destroy your Mad Blade sect." The man stared deeply at Lu Yi for a long time before he turned around and said a few words to the people around him before leaving in a hurry. He really couldn't make the decision on such a big matter. He had to return to the 9 regions and ask for instructions from the powerhouses in the sect. Lu Yi sheathed the Pan Shan saber in his hand and placed the scabbard in front of him. He put his hands on the hilt and closed his eyes to rest, waiting. A group of cultivators from the Wild Saber sect confronted him from several hundred feet away. But because of the order of the Guardian before he left, no one dared to act rashly. They could only glare at Lu Yi with hatred, venting their grievances and anger with their eyes. There were also some people who looked at Lu Yi curiously. After all, they had heard of Lu Yi's name many times, but this was the first time they saw him in person. Time passed by slowly. Suddenly, a valiant female cultivator walked out of the crowd with a cup of tea in her hands and offered it to Lu Yi. "Honored guest, please have some tea." Lu Yi opened his eyes and looked at her condescendingly. The corner of the female cultivator's mouth raised into a mocking smile. "You don't dare?" They couldn't beat Lu Yi, but if they didn't fight back after being bullied in front of their door, they wouldn't be fearless swordsmen. Before the Guardian left, he told them not to get into a conflict with Lu Yi. Just offering tea naturally didn't count as a conflict, and this was also the way to treat a guest. But no matter who stood in Lu Yi's position, they wouldn't dare to drink this cup of tea casually. Who knew if it was poisoned or not? The female cultivator just wanted to use this method to silently fight back and dispel Lu Yi's arrogance. If Lu Yi didn't dare to take the tea, then the name of Lu Yi the coward would definitely spread in the future. Anyway, this guy had a lot of nicknames, so one more wouldn't matter. Just as the female cultivator was thinking this, Lu Yi raised his hand and took the cup of tea, tilting his head back and drinking it. Who cares if it's poisonous or not? It can't kill him. The corner of the female cultivator's eyes twitched. There was no poison in the tea, but she really didn't expect Lu Yi to be so bold. She secretly regretted it. If she had known, she would have put some poison in the tea. Maybe she would have poisoned this guy to death, and that would have been a great merit. Now it seemed like she really came to serve tea to Lu Yi in less than half an hour. The man who had left earlier returned. Parting the crowd, he stood in front of the cultivators. Before he could speak, Lu Yi spoke first. "We don't accept any bargaining. Your Wild Saber sect has been passed down for so many years, and there are countless experts who use sabers. 20 sets of saber technique cultivation notes are nothing to you. The man couldn't say the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Before they came, the elders of the sect had given clear instructions to bargain with Lu Ye as much as possible to see if they could give less of their saber cultivation experience. Although these things were not unique, giving them to Lu Ye would be like giving support to the enemy. Naturally, they would give as little as they could and not give as much as they could. This was different from the property they gave before. But Lu Ye had obviously expected this, so he directly blocked them, leaving the wild saber sect with no chance at all. Taking a deep look at Lu Ye, the man raised his hand and threw out a storage bag which Lu Ye caught. There was no restriction lock on the storage bag, so he reached in and took out handwritten letters from it. He randomly chose one and opened it. The ink on it was not completely dry, so it should have just been copied. Glancing at the content, he confirmed that it was indeed saber technique cultivation notes. He checked several books in a row, but there was no big problem. Only then did Lu Ye carefully put away the saber technique cultivation notes. Looking up at the man, he stretched out his hand and said, "The thing." The man's face darkened. "What thing? What else?" Lu Ye said matter-of-factly, "The thing I gave you at the beginning." The man looked at Lu Ye in shock. "You still want to go back?" "Nonsense." Lu Ye was expressionless. "That's the money your wild saber sect used to buy peace." "Of course, if you don't want this peace, I don't care." The man was so angry that his liver hurt. He took the storage bag from his waist and threw it directly to Lu Ye. Lu Ye put it away and said, "Do you want me to leave by myself, or do you want to let me go?" "Open the array." The man shouted. Even if they didn't let him go, he could still leave, so why bother? Although he was angry in his heart, the most important thing now was to send this god of plague away as soon as possible. A gap opened in the array, and Lu Ye rushed into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking in the direction Lu Ye left, the cultivators of the wild saber sect all clenched their fists, endless humiliation and anger surging in their hearts. Flying into the air, Lu Ye checked the 10-point map and flew in the direction of Myriad Poison Forest according to the map's guidance. The matters of the core circle were almost settled. Of the sects of Myriad Demon Ridge, except for the 23 sects that he had broken through before, all of them had paid the peace fee, so Lu Ye couldn't cause any more trouble. He was ready to return to the Blue Blood sect. He was still the guardian of the Blue Blood sect, so he had to transfer the guardian position to the right person before he was promoted to Cloud River Realm. Moreover, he had broken through the 23 sects' encampments and plundered a lot of blessings, so he had to return to the sect to deal with it. In addition, he had too many storage pouches on him, which were worth 50 to 60 million merit points. He had to send them back to the sect and give them to Shui Yuan. With so many things on him, Lu Ye didn't feel at ease. There were still 10 days until the baptism of the heavens' secret reward. According to his previous experience and Lu Ye's estimation, after this time, the spirit mist in the heavens' secret pool shouldn't be of much help to him. His cultivation had reached the end of the spirit stream realm, and he had obtained all the benefits he wanted. Besides one more thing, there was no need to stay in the spirit stream battlefield. The reason he was going to Myriad Poison Forest was naturally to leave some cultivation resources for Huaxiai. After confirming the direction, he was flying when the battlefield imprint suddenly sent him a message. Lu Ye checked and found that it was from his second senior sister, Shui Yuan. "Before you advance to Cloud River Realm, return to the sect." Got it. Lu Ye didn't know why his second senior sister had told him this, but he had planned to return to the encampment anyway. 2 days later, Lu Ye entered Myriad Poison Forest and appeared in front of the wooden house. He didn't see Huaxiai, so she should be cultivating somewhere. Lu Ye didn't look for her. He went to the 3rd floor, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the entire spirit stream battlefield, this was the only place where he could completely relax. Even in the encampment, it wasn't as reassuring as this place. It was a pity that he couldn't stay here forever. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, he was awakened by a fragrance and laughter. When Lui opened his eyes, he discovered that the sky was already bright. Yi and Hua Xi's voices could be heard from outside the window. Lu Yi got up and walked to the window. He looked down and saw smoke curling up from the kitchen. The two women were chatting and laughing as they busied themselves. He rested his arms on the windowsill and quietly looked down, his heart filled with warmth. If it weren't for Hua Ci putting some lively and strange little things into a jar to make soup, this warmth would have lasted for a long time. Lu Yi, you're awake? Yi looked up and met Lu Ye's eyes. She raised her hand and greeted him. Lu Yi casually responded. He retracted his head and said, Call me when you can eat. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took out a book on saber cultivation from his storage bag and carefully studied it. The Wild Saber sect was a first-grade sect with the highest concentration of saber users. Since ancient times, there were countless experts who used sabers in the sect. The saber cultivation knowledge passed down was also difficult to calculate. Chapter 432. Lu Yi asked the Wild Saber sect for 20 saber cultivation notes, but to the Wild Saber sect, this was not a problem at all. Moreover, he was sure that the saber cultivation notes given by the Wild Saber sect were more basic and did not involve any advanced cultivation techniques. Lu Yi did not expect them to give him anything profound in the first place. Looking at the contents of the notes, he was gradually inspired. That was until Yi came up with a basin, wet a towel, and carefully rubbed it on Lu Ye's face. After a while, in the small courtyard outside the wooden house, Lu Yi and Hua Ci sat opposite each other and ate. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Yi said, I'm going back to the encampment. I should be breaking through to the Cloud River realm soon. What are your plans? Nothing for now, Hua Ci replied casually as she cleaned up. Are you going to stay here forever? Lu Yi was puzzled. Don't worry about me. I have my own plans. Anyway, if you work hard on your cultivation, maybe even if I'm at the Spirit Stream battlefield, I'll improve faster than you. Hua Ci winked at him as she spoke. Lu Yi snorted. Then I'll have to work hard. He stood up, took out his spirit boat, and stepped on it. I've left some cultivation resources for you in the room on the 3rd floor. I'll wait for you at the Cloud River battlefield. Go. Lu Yi nodded and soared into the sky, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. Watching Lu Yi leave, Hua Ci smiled and continued to clean up the messy table. There was not much bitterness in her heart. A short parting was just for a better reunion. When Lu Yi first set off from the encampment to the core circle, he had to ride with giant armor all the way. It took him a total of 10 days to reach the Pill Heart Sect's encampment, but now that his cultivation had increased greatly, his speed and endurance were much better than before. This time, it took him less than 3 days to return to the Jade Blood Sect's encampment. Because of his identity as a guardian, he could quietly enter the defensive formation. But as soon as he entered, he was noticed by the cultivator in charge of monitoring the encampment. He went up to check and saw Lu Yi, exclaiming in joy, "5th senior brother is back!" The news spread quickly, and people kept gathering here. Lu Yi looked up and saw that there were many cultivators in his encampment. Most of them were unfamiliar faces, and only a small number of them were familiar. Among those unfamiliar faces, there were some who looked very young, only 12 or 13 years old. Lu Yi guessed that these very young people should be the disciples that the sect had recently recruited. As for the older ones, perhaps some of them were from the sect, but most of them were likely disciples from other sects who had come to Blue Blood Sect to cultivate. Looking at the outer ring of the battlefield, there were countless sects, but in terms of the density of world energy, the Blue Blood Sect station was second to none. This was because the last time Lu Yi had come back, he had bought as much world energy as possible. Compared to the outside world, the concentration of spirit chi here was 11 times higher. This was something that no sect in the outer circle could compare with. If they wanted to break this limit, the Blue Blood sect would have to raise its grade to the 6th stage and move its base to the inner circle of the battlefield. Furthermore, the Jade Blood sect was currently in the limelight. The nearby Myriad Devil Mountain sect was suppressed to the point that they could not even raise their heads. Coming here to cultivate would not only ensure the efficiency of their cultivation, but also ensure their safety. Therefore, the sects that were on good terms with the Jade Blood sect were more than happy to send their disciples here. The only drawback was that the speed of gaining merit points was a little slow. In the base, there were many pairs of eyes that were filled with curiosity, admiration, reverence, and all sorts of other emotions. Lu Yi was stunned to find that the cultivators he was familiar with in the past were basically nowhere to be seen. For example, Kong Niao, Wan Lingyu, Hixin Guiyang, and the others had all entered the inner circle. The spirit stream battlefield had always been like this. The new generation replaced the old, and the cultivators were always rushing about the huge battlefield, fighting for their own cultivation and future. The ones who could survive the waves and waves would be the final winners. Lu Yi didn't even know who the deputy guardian of the Blue Blood sect was after entering the Tianji Hall. He exchanged the blessings obtained from the myriad Devil Mountain sect stations for merit points. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the number representing the sect's merit points rapidly increased. It had to be known that the 20 to 30 sect stations in the inner circle had been destroyed, and all of their blessings had been taken away by Lu Yi alone. Even if they had lost a lot during the plundering, the number of blessings obtained in the end was still extremely terrifying. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the sect's merit points were fixed at a number that started with 3 words and was counted in units of 10 million. Looking at the entire spirit stream battlefield, the Blue Blood sect was probably the only sect with such a huge amount of merit points. With so many merit points, the range of the Blue Blood sect station could be expanded by more than 10 times. However, Lu Yi didn't plan to use these merit points for the time being. The grade of the sect would definitely increase, and it was only a matter of time. Once the grade of the sect increased to the level where it could be moved to the inner circle, it would inevitably cost a lot of merit points. Currently, the Blue Blood sect station didn't have anything to spend merit points on, so there was no harm in saving up more. He only gave himself a monthly salary, which brought his merit points to a round number of 100,000. He used the Tianji pillar to return to the sect. Shui Yuan, who had already received the news, was waiting in front of the Tianji Hall. When she sensed the commotion, she looked up and saw Lu Yi walking out with a ring of storage bags hanging from his waist. She couldn't help but laugh. She had long heard that this little junior brother of hers had asked the remaining hundreds of myriad Devil Mountain sect stations for a lot of benefits after conquering more than 20 stations. Now, it seemed that the benefits were quite a lot. Second senior sister. Lu Yi stepped forward. Shui Yuan nodded and looked him up and down. You've become darker and stronger. Exposed to the elements, there's nothing I can do about it. As he spoke, he took off the storage bags hanging from his waist and handed them all to Shui Yuan. He immediately felt relaxed. So much. Shui Yuan only knew that Lu Yi had made a fortune this time, but she didn't know how much. After all, the myriad Devil Mountain sect hadn't spread the news in detail. Now that she checked, she was shocked to discover that the myriad Devil Mountain sect had lost a lot of blood this time. Leave it for the sect to develop. You can deal with it as you see fit. Lu Yi said, I'll go pay a visit to the sect master. The old man isn't here. Shui Yuan said. Then I'll go pay a visit to Madame Yin. Every time he returned from outside, these 2 elders had to pay their respects immediately. This was etiquette. Wait a moment, Shui Yuan shouted, then took out a wooden box from her storage bag and handed it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took it and opened it to see that there were 2 jade bottles inside. The bottles were filled with some amber-colored spirit pills, each of them about the size of a soybean. I refined it with the honey you got giant armor to bring back, It has the effect of nourishing one's skin. Madame Yin should like it if I give it to her. Women would always care about their appearance, especially older women. They were afraid that one day they would lose their beauty. Therefore, in the cultivation world, things that had the effect of nourishing one's skin were generally sought after by female cultivators. Lu Yi was surprised. Then honey has such an effect? He really didn't know. Previously, Giant Armor was forced to advance to the Cloud River realm in the forest of 1,000 poisons. Before returning to the sect, Lu Yi brought back a large amount of honey for Shui Yuan to study and see if it could be used to refine pills that could restore spiritual energy. But now it seemed that there weren't any pills that could restore spiritual energy, but pills that could nourish one's skin were refined. Yes, I've tried, Shui Yuan said with a smile. And bringing this thing is better than bringing fish every time. Second senior sister is thoughtful. With that said, Lu Yi simply gave all the honey he had stored to Shui Yuan. Since honey had the effect of nourishing one's skin, it would be a waste to leave it in his hands. As for the royal jelly, there wasn't much left. Lu Yi also gave it to Shui Yuan. As for how to deal with it, it was up to second senior sister. He took out his spirit weapon and went straight to Bright Heart Peak to meet Madame Yin. He presented the gifts he brought. As expected, Madame Yin was beaming with joy and was in a good mood. She praised Lu Yi for being filial and sensible. However, there were still necessary tests. During this period of time outside, Lu Ye's attainments in the Tao of spirit tattoos had improved, so it wasn't difficult for him to deal with Madame Yin's tests. Lu Yi benefited a lot from her guidance. He returned the books he had borrowed before and borrowed a new batch of books. Lu Yi realized that he had already read almost half of the books on the Tao of spirit tattoos that Madame Yin had collected. In the evening, Lu Yi bade farewell to Madame Yin. After you advance to the Cloud River realm, come and find me. Yes. Go. As usual, it was the servant girl who didn't speak and only knew how to smile that sent Lu Yi out. Every time Lu Yi saw this servant girl, he had a strange feeling. He always felt that this servant girl wasn't as real as what he saw. When he returned to Jade, Tripod Peak, second senior sister had already prepared a table of medicinal dishes. Lu Yi swung his arms and ate heartily. "Oh, right, second senior sister. Why do you want me to return to the sect before I advance to the Cloud River realm?" Lu Yi asked as he ate. "Nothing much. I just want you to advance in the sect's encampment so that the disciples can observe properly. Also, the old man said that your advancement this time might be a little unusual." "Unusual? And it's not convenient to tell you now, because the old man isn't sure. When you advance, you'll know whether it's true or not," Shui Yuan said as she picked up food for Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded and said, "Then second senior sister, tell me about the Cloud River battlefield." After he advanced to the Cloud River realm, he would enter the Cloud River battlefield. Naturally, he had to understand some information about the Cloud River battlefield in advance. Cloud River battlefield. Shui Yuan's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. She pursed her lips and smiled. That place is completely different from the Spirit Stream battlefield. Moreover, the Cloud River battlefield is much more interesting than the Spirit Stream battlefield. However, it's also much more dangerous. Shui Yuan had obviously also experienced the Cloud River battlefield. She immediately explained some of the rules of the Cloud River battlefield to Lu Yi. Lu Yi listened carefully and memorized it. At the end, Shui Yuan reminded him, "Remember one thing. In the Cloud River battlefield, the Myriad Devil Ridge is not an eternal enemy. Sometimes you even need to cooperate to achieve your goals." Understood. Chapter 433. The next day, in the outer ring of the Spirit Stream battlefield, Jade Blood Sect Station, Lu Yi sat and waited in the meeting hall. After a while, two people stepped in and saluted Lu Yi together, fifth senior brother. Lu Yi put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the two. They were both familiar faces, and could be said to be the first batch of disciples to join Jade Blood Sect. However, because they were rogue cultivators and didn't have high aptitude, even after such a long time, their cultivation hadn't improved much. Now, one of them was a 7th order and the other a 6th order. Even so, it was much better than their ambitions as rogue cultivators. When they joined Jade Blood Sect, they were only 3rd or 4th order cultivators. They thought that they would at most reach the 7th or 8th order in their lifetime, but now it seemed that they could still look forward to the future. The cultivation environment of the Blue Blood Sect's encampment was excellent, and there was an abundance of cultivation resources. Therefore, even the loose cultivators had grown beyond their potential. Lu Yi looked at the 7th order cultivator, Duan Yi. Yes, transfer your authority as the vice envoy to Cheng Mu. Cheng Mu was the 6th order cultivator. Yes. Duan Yi responded and respectfully asked Tianji to transfer his authority as the vice envoy and his vice envoy seal to Cheng Mu. After he was done, Lu Yi handed over the authority and seal of the vice envoy to Duan Yi. In this way, the 7th order cultivator Duan Yi became the vice envoy, and the 6th order cultivator Cheng Mu became the vice envoy. Choosing Cheng Mu as the vice envoy was not Lu Ye's idea. It was a comprehensive consideration after consulting his 2nd senior sister last night. At present, the new generation of disciples of Jade Blood Sect was still growing and couldn't support the sect for the time being, so the vice envoy and the vice envoy could only be chosen from the earliest batch of disciples to join. Duan Yi and Cheng Mu's aptitude was indeed not very good, but they were steady. They handled things well. In the current Jade Blood Sect station, their strength was still acceptable. The reason why he didn't choose other 7th order cultivators as the vice envoy was mainly because the 7th order was not far from the 8th order. Once they reached the 8th order, they would have to leave the station. Choosing a 6th order cultivator would allow them to stay in the station for a longer time. When Cheng Mu broke through to the 7th order, Duan Yi would be about to leave and Cheng Mu would take over. When Guyang took over the position of deputy guardian, I told him to take care of the encampment. They also needed to find candidates for the next guardian and deputy guardian. I will say the same thing to all of you. In the future, I'll need the 2 of you to take care of the outpost. We will definitely not disappoint the sect and 5th senior brother. The 2 of them declared together. Lu Yi nodded lightly. Go. Cultivate well. There was no need to care about aptitude or talent. Your future is not limited to the outer ring of the battlefield. After the 2 of them left, Lu Yi walked out of the meeting hall. He flew up on his weapon. They arrived at a nearby spiritual peak. Little Gray flapped its wings and walked over. Lu Yi took out a blood-red trout from his storage bag and fed it. Xiao Hui ate them one by one as if they were bugs. Lu Yi stroked its feathers. When eldest brother left the Spirit Stream battlefield all those years ago, he asked you to take good care of the sex base. Now that we've passed the most difficult time, the days ahead will only get better. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. You don't have to guard this place anymore. Of course, you can come back whenever you want. If you're willing to stay, that's even better. Little Gray was an overlord-level monster beast and undoubtedly understood human nature, so Lu Yi knew that it could understand his words. The Blue Blood Sect had declined for 30 years, and Little Gray had guarded the outpost for 30 years. Even if there were no disciples in the outpost, it still adhered to eldest brother's instructions and never left. The little eagle from back then had gradually grown into an overlord-level existence. However, it was still a flying eagle. It also yearned for freedom and the sky, so Lu Yi felt that you can give it more freedom and choice. As for how Little Gray would choose, that was its own business. A moment later, Lu Yi soared into the sky on his weapon. He quickly disappeared. After a while, the loud cry of an eagle sounded. In the outpost, many disciples of the Blue Blood Sect looked over and saw Little Gray's figure flapping its wings and flying away. It flew all the way east at an extremely fast speed. 5 days later, Lu Yi landed at the top of a flat mountain. This peak was extremely strange. It was as if some peerless expert had cut off the spiritual peak with a single slash. The peak was flat and smooth like a mirror. There were still some dark bloodstains left on the peak, indicating that a great battle had once broken out here. Golden Light Peak. Back then, he had fought 43 battles here with his 5th Order Spirit Stream Realm cultivation, killing many 6th Order Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators and finally winning himself a chance to live. This was where Lu Yi became famous. It was also where his legend began. In a flash, it had been almost 2 years. Time had passed so quickly. In 2 years, he had gone from the 5th Order Spirit Stream Realm to the 9th Heaven Realm. This cultivation speed was already very fast. Only those cultivators from top sects with excellent talent could hope to compete with Lu Yi. Rumor had it that the Golden Light Peak contained an opportunity because the terrain here was created by a saber master. There were remnants of that master's saber techniques here. However, Lu Yi did not feel anything special here. He continued on his journey all the way forward. A day later, he passed by a spiritual peak. Below it was a valley. Back then, he rode on Hupa and shouted, "Lu Yi is here!" In that valley, Lan Yu Dai and Big Dipper sects cultivators blocked the Myriad Demons Ridge's pursuers for him. Fighting a bloody battle, he continued to move forward, walking the path he had taken 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he was so weak. He rode on Hupa and set off from Blue Cloud Mountain with Yi. He held a 10-point map in his hand and set off towards Blue Blood Sect's encampment. Along the way, he had experienced many hardships. But 2 years later, he could cross the road in one day that he could not complete in 1 or 2 months back then. Now he had also grown into an overlord. His emotions were fluctuating. The sky in the outer circle was very calm, unlike the inner circle. When flying on artifacts, he would occasionally encounter some cultivators flying on artifacts. The cultivators in the outer circle did not have high cultivation and did not even have the capital to fly on artifacts. So how could he encounter anyone? After setting off from Blue Blood Sect's encampment, Lu Yi arrived at the encampment of a Grand Heaven Alliance sect after 10 days. The 10-point map showed that this was Blue Feather Mountain. There were 2 powerhouses from the Myriad Demons Ridge nearby. One was the Supreme Luo sect, and the other was the Qin clan. At the intersection of the 3 powerhouses, there was a 100-peak mountain with a total of 100 peaks. In the past 2 years, Lu Yi had killed many people from the Supreme Luo sect and the Qin clan here. Landing outside the encampment of the Blue Feather Mountain, Lu Yi sized up the defensive formation before him. The reaction of the sects in the outer circle was much worse than the inner circle. When Lu Yi had attacked those sects in the inner circle, each time he appeared, he would be detected immediately and cause chaos. However, when he arrived at the encampment of the Blue Feather Mountain, no one here had detected him. It wasn't until a long time later that a cultivator passing by saw Lu Yi standing outside the Grand Array and immediately became vigilant. Just when Lu Yi was about to introduce himself, suddenly he frowned as if a heavenly secret had descended. The baptism bestowed by the heavenly secret had arrived. This was the 4th baptism he had experienced after reaching the 1st place of the Spirit Stream ranking. According to his previous experience and estimation, after this baptism, the baptism bestowed by the heavenly secret would not be of much use to him. He did not resist and allowed the heavenly secret to guide him. His vision changed, and he soon appeared in the heavenly secret pond, just as Lu Yi had expected. Although the spiritual mist in the heavenly secret pond was still dense, it did not increase Lu Yi's strength by much. Not only him, but Yi and Hupa were the same. He had reached his limit. In other words, even if Lu Yi continued to stay in the spirit stream stage, he would not gain any benefits. He had already accumulated what he needed to, and it was time to advance to the Cloud River stage. At the same time, inside the encampment of the Blue Feather Mountain, the cultivator who had seen Lu Yi called a group of people over. Among them was the guardian of the Blue Feather Mountain, Su Zining. "Where is he?" Su Zining's gaze swept over, but he did not see anyone. "He was here just now. I don't know why he suddenly disappeared." The cultivator who had seen Lu Yi pointed to a place and explained. "Suddenly disappeared." Su Zining frowned. Could it be a ghost cultivator? Only ghost cultivators had the ability to suddenly disappear. "Did you see his cultivation?" Su Zining asked again. "I didn't see him. He disappeared too quickly." Su Zining's expression became serious. "Pass down the order. Have the disciples in the sect remain vigilant. If there are any suspicious people or things, report it immediately." Su Zining was unsure of that person's identity and intentions, so he naturally prepared for the worst. Everyone acknowledged, and the hundreds of cultivators in the Blue Feather Mountain immediately entered a state of battle readiness. Lu Yi did not expect that his appearance would cause the Blue Feather Mountain to be so vigilant. The timing was too coincidental. He had just arrived at the Blue Feather Mountain encampment when the heavenly secret reward arrived. An hour later, Lu Yi appeared outside the Blue Feather Mountain encampment again, at the place where he had disappeared. He immediately felt someone looking at him. He looked up and saw a few cultivators looking at him warily. One of them shouted, "Who are you?" Lu Yi looked at them. "Jade Blood Sect's Lu Yi has come to visit." The Blue Feather Mountain was a sect of the Grand Heaven Alliance. He naturally would not casually barge into their encampment. Moreover, he was indebted to the Blue Feather Mountain. "Jade Blood Sect's Lu Yi?" One of the cultivators frowned. For some reason, he felt that the name was familiar, but he could not remember where he had heard it before. Lu Yi had been wandering in the core circle recently. Previously, he was in the inner circle, so recently there were not many rumors about him in the outer circle. This caused the cultivators in the outer circle to be stunned when they heard his name. However, that person soon remembered. He pointed at Lu Yi and said with a trembling finger, You're the Spirit Stream top disciple, Lu Yi. Yeah." Everyone knew about Lu Yi. How could they know about Lu Yi? Yes. Several cultivators immediately became excited. Someone hurriedly ran inside and prepared to report. How could the cultivators in the outer circle have the chance to see the Spirit Stream top disciple? Moreover, to many cultivators in the Grand Heaven Alliance, Jade Blood Sect's Lu Yi was already an invincible symbol. Also, the sect-destroying Yi and the Spirit Stream top 3 disasters were not titles that ordinary people could achieve. Chapter 434. A moment later, Lu Yi and Su Zining took their seats in the main hall of Green Feather Mountain's encampment. It could be seen that even a guardian like Su Zining was quite reserved in front of Lu Yi, not to mention the others. Green Feather Mountain was now an 8th grade sect, and the strongest in the entire sect was only at the True Lake realm. Although there were a few Spirit Stream realm cultivators in the core circle, they were limited by their aptitude and talent. At most, they could cultivate to the 8th order heaven grade. It could be said that Green Feather Mountain had never had a 9th order heaven grade cultivator at the Spirit Stream realm. Lu Yi, the Spirit Stream sect's top disciple, suddenly coming over naturally made Su Zining feel a mountain of pressure. He still didn't know the purpose of Lu Yi's sudden visit. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Yi asked casually, "How is Senior Brother Tang Wu recently?" When his identity was exposed and he was chased by cultivators from Myriad Demon Ridge, Tang Wu had appeared to resolve the crisis for him. If Tang Wu hadn't appeared in time to stop Han Jiu, he would have been in big trouble. Senior Brother Tang Wu has already reached the Cloud River realm. "Thank you for your concern, Senior Brother Yi," Su Zining replied. Lu Yi wasn't surprised to hear that Tang Wu had reached the Cloud River realm. Tang Wu was already at the 9th order 2 years ago, and 2 years later it was time for him to break through. However, Lu Yi estimated that Tang Wu had broken through at the 7th or 8th order heaven grade. He then asked about Xie Jin, Qiao Qiao, Song Xie, Tao Tiangang, and Mu Ling, who had healed him back then. Su Zining replied, Senior Brother Xie, Senior Sister Qiao, and Senior Sister Mu have all entered the inner circle. Senior Brother Song and Senior Brother Tao have already died. Lu Yi was silent. It had only been 2 years, but things had changed. The growth of cultivators couldn't avoid killing and all kinds of dangers. Su Zining was very curious. How does Senior Brother Yi know so many of our senior brothers and senior sisters? Lu Yi smiled. Didn't I tell you that I participated in the 100 Peak Mountain War 2 years ago? I fought side by side with your senior brothers and senior sisters at that time. Su Zining couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't know about this matter and had never heard anyone mention it before. Lu Ye's words today. Suddenly, he felt that the top ranker of the Spirit Stream sect had become much more amiable. Do you need me to call Senior Brother Xie and Senior Sister Qiao back? No need. Lu Yi waved his hand. It's a long journey to the inner circle. They'll only waste their cultivation time going back and forth. I'm here to do something. I'll leave once I'm done. What does Senior Brother Yi want to do? If you need anything from Green Feather Mountain, just let me know. We'll have to ask Green Feather Mountain for help. Lu Yi looked at Su Zining. I want to enter the Dragon Spring. Su Zining was puzzled. Senior Brother Yi is already a 9th order heaven grade cultivator. He shouldn't be of much use in the Dragon Spring. Lu Yi shook his head. I have my reasons. Saying so, he untied a storage bag from his waist and pushed it in front of Su Zining. I'll have to trouble you to return to Green Feather Mountain sect and report this matter to your sect's elders. I know it's not time for the Dragon Spring to open yet, but I think your sect should have a way to let me in. These things will be my compensation. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation P. Su Zining hurriedly said, There's no need for compensation. Since Senior Brother Yi has a request, I'll report it truthfully. Lu Yi smiled and slapped the storage bag into his hand. This compensation is for Green Feather Mountain. You'll have to listen to your sect's elders. Su Zining thought for a moment and nodded. Then, Senior Brother Yi, please wait a moment. I'll return to the sect. Thank you. Su Zining left and Lu Yi waited in the hall. In just an hour he returned. At the same time, he was accompanied by a middle-aged man. Lu Yi stood up. Su Zining introduced. Senior Brother, hey, this is Elder Yi Yang of my Green Feather Mountain. Lu Yi bowed. Greetings, Elder Yi. Since he was an elder of Green Feather Mountain, then he was definitely a true lake realm expert. However, because he'd entered the Spirit Stream battlefield, the strength he revealed was only on par with Tian Ba. Yi Yang sized Lu Yi up and stroked his beard. I've heard of Jade Blood Sect's Lu Yi's reputation for a long time. Now that I've met you, you really are a dragon amongst men. Every generation produces new geniuses. I have no choice but to admit that I'm old. You're too kind, Elder Yi. I truly feel sorry for making you come all the way here. Lu Yi made small talk. He knew that Lu Yi was being so courteous to him. Firstly, it was because of his potential. Secondly, there were quite a few things in the storage bag that he'd given away. It was worth an entire 300,000 merit points. And it was something that Lu Yi had specially left behind. If it wasn't for that, then why would an elder like Lu Yi lower himself to come to the Spirit Stream battlefield? A true lake realm expert like Yi Yang would have to spend a huge amount of merit points just to enter the Spirit Stream battlefield. Little friend, you're exaggerating. Sit down and talk. Yi Yang gestured with his hand. He sat down again, with Su Zining beside him. I heard from Zining that you want to enter the Dragon Spring? Yang asked. Is it convenient for you? Yang said, It's difficult for others to enter, but it's very easy for you. Oh, why is that? Lu Yi was puzzled. Yi Yang smiled. If you want to enter the Dragon Spring, the Green Feather Mountain, the Tai Luo sect, and the Qin clan must agree. Only then can the Dragon Spring be opened. The Dragon Spring is related to the tempering of the disciples of the 3 clans. So, even if the Green Feather Mountain agrees and the other 2 clans don't, there's no way to open the Dragon Spring. Those 2 clans might not be willing to let others in, but with your reputation, I'm sure they won't dare to disagree. Would the Tai Luo sect and the Qin clan dare to say no if the House Destroyer you wanted to enter the Dragon Spring? Although the Spirit Stream battlefield had its own rules, and the matters of the Outer Circle were handled by the people of the Outer Circle, the Myriad Devil Ridge had broken the rules more than once because they were targeting Li. Therefore, if Lu Yi broke the rules, most likely no one from the Myriad Devil Ridge would dare to say anything. If the Tai Luo sect and the Qin clan dared to disagree, Lu Yi could destroy their encampment with a lift of his hand. I see. Lu Yi nodded. It seems I will have to make another trip to the Tai Luo sect and the Qin clan. That's right. Yi Yang nodded. As long as you can persuade the Tai Luo sect and the Qin clan, the Green Feather Mountain will have no objections. This was the benefit of giving enough benefits. Yi Yang didn't even ask why Lu Yi wanted to enter the Dragon Spring. Of course, an experienced martial artist like him knew that everyone had their own secrets. It was not a wise move to rashly pry into other people's secrets. Lu Yi stood up immediately. Then I will make a trip, Yi Yang said with a smile. I will wait for your good news at the Dragon Spring Peak of the 100-Peak Mountain. The encampment of the Tai Luo sect and the Qin clan was not far from the Green Feather Mountain encampment. It was only a few dozen miles away. The situation between the encampments of the sects in the Outer Circle was mostly the same. After all, the martial artists in the Outer Circle were not powerful. If the distance was too far, it would be difficult for any conflicts to occur. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Lu Yi arrived at the Tai Luo sect's encampment under the guidance of the map. Lu Yi didn't have a good impression of the Tai Luo sect. In the past, Han Jiu had tried to kill him. It was also this woman who had repeatedly exposed his past, causing Lu Yi to have a hard time fighting more than 46th Order martial artists. Lu Yi flew through the air and landed before the light curtain of the defensive array. He unsheathed the mountain coiling saber and slashed down. He didn't even use the flash saber technique for this slash. He only used the dual sharpness spirit rune. However, the light curtain of the defensive array shattered under this slash. The defensive arrays of the sects in the Outer Circle were generally weaker than the ones in the inner and core circles. This wasn't because the Tai Luo sect didn't have enough merit points to buy a good array foundation, but because the density of the world energy here was not as high as the inner and core circles. For something like a defensive array, the denser the world energy, the more effective it would be. Therefore, the density of the world energy in a sect's encampment was directly related to the power of the defensive array. With Lu Ye's current strength, he could break the defensive arrays of the sects in the Outer Circle with a single slash. The destruction of the defensive array caused a huge commotion. For a moment, many Tai Luo sect cultivators rushed out from their cultivation grounds. No one knew what had happened, so the scene was chaotic. It wasn't until someone saw a figure floating in the sky on a spirit artifact that they started to panic. A 7th Order cultivator stood up and asked boldly, "May I ask which fellow Taoist has come to our sect, and why you have broken our Tai Luo sect's defensive array?" The newcomer was definitely from Grand Heaven Alliance. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to break their sect's defensive array. Moreover, judging from the aura of the newcomer, he was at least a cultivator who cultivated a heaven-grade secret art. Therefore, the seventh-order cultivator couldn't understand why a cultivator who should be cultivating in the core circle would come to the outer circle to show off. Blue blood sect, Lu Yi. Lu Yi said indifferently. When he introduced himself as Lu Yi at Blue Feather Mountain, no one could react. Now that he introduced himself as Lu Yi, the expressions of the Tai Luo sect cultivators changed drastically. They all retreated as if Lu Yi was some kind of scourge. Call your elders here. I will wait for him at 100 Peaks Mountains, Dragon Spring Peak. With that, Lu Yi turned and left. Of course, he had the strength to kill all of the cultivators here, but only the weak would wield their blades against the weak. Not to mention, with his current Heavenly 9 cultivation base, if he really did kill these people, who knew how many merit points he would lose. Therefore, from beginning to end, he didn't intend to kill anyone. After he left, the Tai Luo sect's encampment was in chaos. Immediately, someone returned to the sect and reported the matter. For a moment, the Tai Luo sect's headquarters was on guard. They didn't know why the sect exterminator, Yi, had suddenly come to their encampment and asked the older generation to speak up. At this time, Lu Yi had already arrived at the Qin clan's encampment. Just like before, he broke the defensive array of the Qin clan's encampment, left a message and left. A moment later, Lu Yi landed on 100 Peaks Mountains, Dragon Spring Peak. 2 years ago, he came here once and entered the Dragon Spring to temper his body. He obtained a scale. Now, his state of mind was completely different. There was a main hall on Dragon Spring Peak that was built by Blue Feather Mountain and Tai Luo sect together. The passage to the Dragon Spring was hidden under the main hall. Chapter 435. When Lu Yi entered the main hall, Yiyang of the Green Feather Mountain had already arrived and was waiting for him. When he saw him arrive, Yiyang chuckled. "You're so fast." "Excuse me." Walking into the main hall, Lu Yi followed the memory of entering the Dragon's Spring to temper his body last time and came to a corner of the main hall. There should be an entrance here that led to the underground, but from the looks of it, the entrance was not obvious at all. It was obvious that there was some kind of method or restriction covering the entrance. Lu Yi looked for a moment and did not see anything. Then he activated the spiritual patterns to strengthen his eyes. He didn't know if people from the Supreme Luo sect and the Qin clan would come. If these two houses were timid and did not dare to come, then he would have to open the Dragon Spring himself. He more or less had some experience in breaking formations. However, after observing for a moment, he realized that he had somewhat underestimated the barriers here. Even when he activated the spiritual patterns, he did not see much, not to mention breaking the barriers. Lu Yi suddenly asked, "Elder Yi, did the restriction that covers the entrance of this place originally exist?" Yiyang said, "That's right." "Then how did your sect and those two houses learn the way to open it?" Yiyang chuckled and said, "In fact, we don't know the way to open it. We only borrowed a piece of jade." According to the records of the sect, strange natural phenomena had attracted the attention of the Green Feather Mountain and the Supreme Luo sect. After a great battle, they found a piece of jade here. At that time, our sect and the Supreme Luo sect were on par with each other. Therefore, in the end, the jade was divided into two parts, which were kept by the Green Feather Mountain and the Supreme Luo sect. When needed, the two could be combined into one to open the passage to the Dragon Spring. Later on, when the Supreme Luo sect felt that they were not a match for the Green Feather Mountain, they roped in the Qin clan. Only this way, they were able to contend against the Qin clan until today. Because they wanted to rope in the Qin clan, the Supreme Luo sect had split the half jade plate they were keeping into two. Therefore, if we want to open the Dragon Spring, we must combine the jade plate held by the three houses. "I see. What did you see?" Yiyang asked. The Green Feather Mountain had also studied the Dragon Spring. Unfortunately, they did not gain much. Lu Yi shook his head. "I didn't see anything. I only felt that the barriers here were not set up by ordinary people." While the two of them were talking, Lu Yi suddenly turned his head and looked outside. Outside the main hall, two figures walked in side by side. They did not appear to be young and should be the elite warriors of the supreme Luo sect and the Qin clan. Yi Yang's brows raised, and he scolded with a smile on his face. "You two old bastards are still alive." One of them spoke in a low voice. "Even you young are still alive, so how can we die?" Both of them had interacted with each other in the Spirit Stream battlefield when they were younger. However, due to the distance between their respective sects, it was very difficult for them to meet after they had all ascended to the Cloud River realm. In the blink of an eye, over 100 years had passed. When they met again, he was no longer as high-spirited as before. She couldn't help but sigh. "This little friend is Lu Iya?" The old man who spoke looked at Lu Iya. Yi Yang said, "Young brother Yi, let me introduce them to you. This fellow who likes to spout shit is the Tai Luo sect's Zhao Exan, and that mute over there is the Qin clan's Qin Ming." Qin Ming snorted coldly to show that he wasn't a mute. Zhao Exan of the Supreme Luo sect looked at Lu Yi. "Young brother, you're really impressive. The dignified Spirit Stream champion is not hanging around in the core circle, but has come to the outer circle to break the defensive formation of our sect and the Qin clan. What do you intend to do?" Regardless of whether it was Zhao Exan or Qin Ming, both of them were at the 8th level of the Sky Realm. However, they didn't show the slightest bit of fear when facing Lu Yi. It was because they knew that if it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. If Lu Iya really wanted to harm them, then it was useless to be afraid. The strength of the Spirit Stream champion was obtained through repeated slashes. Moreover, when Lu Yi ascended the Spirit Stream champion, he was only at the 8th level of the Sky Realm. Now he was at the 9th level, and no one in the entire Spirit Stream battlefield was a match for him. Although both of them were at the true lake stage, they probably couldn't even withstand a single slash from Lu Yi on the Spirit Stream battlefield. "Open the Dragon Spring." Zhao Exan understood when he heard these words. Just as I thought. When he had received the message from his disciple, he had felt that Lu Yi had his eyes on Long Quan. Otherwise, why would a top disciple of the Spirit Stream sect come to such a remote place? Only Long Quan would be able to attract the attention of those experts. Qin Ming, who hadn't spoken until now, said, "Can I ask why you want to enter the Dragon Spring? With your current strength, even if you enter the Dragon Spring to temper your body, you won't get much benefit. It would be completely useless." This was also what Zhao Exan wanted to know. Lu Yi pondered for a moment, then said, "There is a mortal who has lived to 100 years old and is still hale and hearty and healthy. Do you two know why?" Zhao Exan frowned and said, "When a mortal reaches 100 years old, they are already very old, unless they have cultivated a body nourishing technique." Lu Yi shook his head. Qin Ming said, "Then he must have consumed a spiritual medicine that can prolong his life." Lu Yi shook his head again. "Why is that?" "Because old people never meddle in other people's business." Zhao Exan and Qin Ming were stunned when they heard this, but they finally understood what Lu Yi meant. Zhao Exan said, "The Dragon Spring is related to the tempering of the disciples of the 3 sections. How can this be meddling in other people's business? If you don't explain it clearly, then forgive me for not cooperating." Lu Yi rubbed the hilt of his saber with his fingers. "If I slash down, I don't know how many of your disciples will survive. You'd better consider it seriously." Zhao Exan waved his hand. "There's no need to consider it. If anyone else wants to enter the Dragon Spring, my Tai Luo sect will definitely not agree. Since you want to enter, then let's enter. Brother Qin, what do you think?" Qin Ming nodded. "I have no objections." Yang took a step forward and said with a smile, "Then let's open it." "Open." The 3 of them each took out their own jade slit rings and poured their spiritual energy into them. The 3 jade slit rings glowed and attracted each other, quickly piecing together. It was a jade slit ring in the shape of a dragon. The jade slit ring vibrated as if there was an invisible force resonating with it, accompanied by a buzzing sound from the belly of the mountain. A hole suddenly opened in a corner of the hall. It was dark and led underground. The three of them raised their hands and put away the 3 jade slit rings. The matter here is done. Farewell. As soon as Zhao Exen finished speaking, he cupped his fists and intended to leave. Lu Yi revealed an inquiring expression as he gazed at Yi Yang. Yi Yang said, "They have nothing to do with us once we open the Dragon Spring, and this place will close automatically in a few days." Lu Yi nodded. Zhao Exen and Qin Ming immediately flashed out of the hall, withdrew their flying spirit artifacts, and shot into the sky before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Even though they seemed composed before Lu Yi, they were actually very nervous in their hearts. If they weren't afraid of infuriating Lu Yi, they wouldn't have dared to make this trip, no matter what. "Young brother, go on in. I'll keep watch outside for you." "Thank you." Lu Yi went all the way down through the entrance. Just like the last time, there was a spiral staircase at the bottom. As he went deeper, the sound of hollow footsteps resounded. He walked for a long time before he finally arrived at the bottom and arrived before a bronze door. The bronze door was heavy, ancient, and extremely ancient. The figure of an enormous dragon was carved on the door, and it seemed like it was alive and extremely lifelike. The door was already open, and light red mist surged within it. Lu Yi stepped in and instantly felt a sense of weightlessness. When he sized up his surroundings, he'd already appeared in a secret room that was around 10 meters in length and width. The secret room was filled with light red mist, and there was a spring at the center of the room that surged with spring water. Lu Yi tried to absorb the mist here to temper his body, but he noticed that the blood qi contained within the mist was extremely thin, and it was of little use to a cultivator of the 9th heaven realm like him. This was also the reason why cultivators with slightly higher cultivations weren't able to temper their bodies in the Dragon Spring. It was because the mist contained too few things that were useful to cultivators. If one's cultivation was lower, then the improvement would be quite good. But if one's cultivation was above the 6th or 7th order, then it was practically useless. Yi flashed out from Hupo's body and looked around curiously before she asked, "Lu Yi, what are you doing here?" "To see an old friend," Lu Yi replied casually. "An old friend?" Yi was puzzled. When Lu Yi tempered his body in the Dragon Spring, Hupa hadn't followed him in, so he naturally hadn't come in as well. So she didn't know what Lu Yi had encountered in the Dragon Spring. While speaking, Lu Yi sat down cross-legged. Thinking back to his last experience, when he was tempering his body in the Dragon Spring, he seemed to have a pair of huge blood-red eyes staring at him. At that time, and even for a long time afterwards, he felt that it might be an illusion. But as his cultivation grew higher and his understanding of the cultivation world of the 9 states deepened, Lu Yi gradually understood that it shouldn't be an illusion. What's more, he had obtained a scale in the Dragon Spring. That should be a genuine dragon scale. After obtaining the Phoenix True Fire, Lu Yi specifically sent a message to his second senior sister and learned about the so-called 4 sacred beasts: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. These were the 4 legendary sacred beasts of the 9 states cultivation world. The Vermilion Bird did exist, and the Phoenix True Fire that Lu Yi obtained was the best proof. And according to his second senior sister's speculation, Hupa should have the bloodline of the White Tiger, because there had never been a tiger-type monster beast that could transform its spirit body into a nightmare spirit. But Hupa had such an ability. In addition, Hupa had many divine abilities that tiger-type monster beasts didn't have. If the Vermilion Bird and the White Tiger existed, then the Azure Dragon and the Black Tortoise must also exist. It was only at this time that Lu Yi was sure that what he obtained in the Dragon Spring was a real dragon scale. The dragon scale stored the dragon blood of a true dragon, which was why it had such a powerful effect on tempering his body. And this was the Dragon Spring, and the dragon scale was obtained from the Dragon Spring. Therefore, Lu Yi guessed that a true dragon was suppressed under the Dragon Spring. He came all the way here for no other reason than to get more dragon scales. This thing's effect on tempering his body was too strong. Whether it was himself, Hupa, or the giant armor, they all needed it. How to get more dragon scales was the problem. Last time, the dragon scale suddenly appeared in front of him. In other words, it was given to him by the true dragon that was suppressed here. He felt that the huge blood-red eyes should be the dragon's eyes. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. The true dragon that was suppressed here had given him a dragon scale for no reason. It must have wanted something, so Lu Yi felt that he could start from this aspect. Chapter 436. Xue Yuan knew that Lu Yi had a dragon scale because she had seen Lu Yi use the blood qi in the dragon scale to temper his body. At that time, she had asked Lu Yi about the origin of the dragon scale, and Lu Yi naturally did not hide it. Xue Yuan speculated that there might be some secret or opportunity hidden under the dragon spring. Lu Yi had long made up his mind that when his cultivation reached the limit of the spirit stream stage, he must make a trip to the 100-peak mountain to see if he could obtain more dragon scales. Although the Green Feather Mountain, the Tai Luo sect, and the Qin clan had occupied the dragon spring for so many years, they should not be clear about the situation under the dragon spring. Otherwise, they would have started exploring long ago. In other words, the dragon scale that Lu Yi had obtained might be the only one. If his speculation was true, then there was really a true dragon suppressed under the dragon spring. But why would that true dragon give him a dragon scale for no reason? This was definitely not because of luck or because he was pleasing to the eye, but because of another deeper reason. There was probably something on him that other cultivators did not have. Thinking back to the various things that happened in the dragon spring last time, Lu Yi had a faint guess in his heart. In the secret room, he urged his spiritual power and began to construct one spirit pattern after another. Sharpness, defense, spirit gathering. Bloodstain, sunshine, consolidation. Wind travel, heavy pressure. Stab, breath control, insight. Leave a message, leave a picture, spirit storage, scuba, explosion, concealment. Golden arc, thunder attraction, flying wings. Other than the fire phoenix spirit pattern, he used all the spirit patterns that he had mastered so far. He constructed them one by one. He repeated it a total of 3 times. Spiritual power surged, the spirit patterns changed, and the connection was extremely smooth. Even if a spirit pattern master like Madame Yun came here to see it, she would probably be shocked. Because even with her attainments in the Tao of spirit patterns, it was impossible for her to construct so many spirit patterns in such a short period of time. Not to mention that she could connect all kinds of spirit patterns without any mistakes. However, with the help of the talent tree, Lu Yi easily did it. There was no movement. Lu Yi could not help but frown. Did he make a mistake? If he really made a mistake, then he was afraid that he would have made a wasted trip. He did not feel too much regret. After all, everything here was just his own guess. His understanding of the cultivation world of the 9 regions was not deep, so there was nothing he could do about some things being wrong. Stood up, he stepped out of the room. His figure suddenly stopped. His powerful perception allowed him to sense a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. His skin instantly tensed up, and he felt as if his entire body was being pricked by thousands of needles. There was an indescribable stabbing pain. Amber, who was squatting on his shoulder, was the first to explode. He suddenly prostrated himself. A low growl came from his throat. Lu Yi raised his hand and gripped the Panshan saber. Large beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. He slowly turned around, and his leaden body came face to face with a pair of huge blood-red eyes. Those eyes were filled with indifference and a sense of superiority. Being stared at by those eyes, one could not help but tremble. Lu Yi suddenly felt as insignificant as an ant. He was not mistaken. It was very likely that a true dragon was being suppressed here, and the huge blood-red pupils he felt last time weren't an illusion. This time it appeared again. At this moment, above the dragon spring, A dragon head formed purely from blood energy filled more than half of the secret chamber. There were 2 dragon horns on the dragon head. It was covered in fine dragon scales, with dragon whiskers fluttering under its chin. Endless dragon might filled the air. Lu Yi felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. It was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. The huge pressure caused Lu Ye's body to bend slightly. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't resist it. Roar! Amber roared, and visible waves of air rushed forward. At the same time, the figure of the fire phoenix standing on the talent tree became active, and a loud cry came from Lu Ye's body. The indifferent dragon eyes revealed a look of surprise. The Pan-Shan saber was unsheathed, and Lu Ye's right arm swelled. He slashed down at the dragon head. In a flash. This slash, which was enough to make a heavenly 9 physiques cultivator regret on the spot, did not cause any damage to the blood energy dragon head. After all, the dragon head was not a real thing. However, with this slash, Lu Yi only felt that he had cut something, and the heavy pressure suddenly disappeared. He exhaled softly. He looked at the dragon head. You deliberately chose me because you want me to save you. It was just a guess before, but now it was confirmed. Lu Yi didn't know why the dragon head's body was suppressed here, but it was definitely unwilling to be suppressed like this. Since it was unwilling, it had to find someone to save him. The dragon had looked down on other cultivators, but Lu Ye's talent in the Tao of spirit runes was obvious. This gave the dragon head a glimmer of hope. That's why he tempered his body here when he was in the 5th order and gained a dragon scale. However, looking at the current situation, Lu Yi wanted to leave. It was still so powerful even though it was suppressed. If it was released, how fierce would it be? Young man, you are very smart. The dragon head suddenly said, This is not the attitude of someone asking for help. Lu Ye's eyes drooped. The other party first played hard to get, then suddenly appeared when he was about to leave and gave him a show of strength, almost making him kneel on the ground. Obviously, it was not a good thing. The current you is too weak. Then give me something that can make me stronger, such as the dragon scale from last time. Give me 100 pieces. The dragon head laughed loudly, and the deafening laughter shook the secret room. Amidst the laughter, the dragon head gradually dissipated. Lu Yi frowned. However, after the dragon head dissipated, the dragon's spring suddenly surged. Then a dragon scale emerged from the spring, followed by another, a third, a fourth. A total of 5 dragon scales emerged before the dragon spring returned to its original appearance. Cultivate well, young man. When you understand the truth of this world, come find me again. I look forward to our next meeting. The voice came from an unknown place and clearly reached Lu Ye's ears. It seemed to be certain that Lu Yi would come looking for it again. Lu Yi stepped forward and muttered, stingy, while putting away the 5 dragon scales. These 5 dragon scales were about the same size as the last time, only the size of a palm. But Lu Yi could feel that the vitality contained in them was much richer, almost several times stronger. He excitedly put the 5 dragon scales into his storage bag. Lu Yi recalled the dragon head's words before he left. The dragon head obviously had a hidden meaning and mentioned something about the truth of this world. Lu Yi was just a spirit stream realm cultivator. So how could he know the truth of this world? He just put the dragon scales away when a repulsive force came from the surroundings, and then his vision blurred before he appeared outside the bronze door. The door closed slowly. Lu Yi gazed at the dragon image inscribed on the door, and he noticed that the dragon head on the image was similar to the one he'd seen. A true dragon was being suppressed beneath the dragon spring. This was probably something that no one had expected. He walked back along the path he'd come from and entered the hall. Yi Yang was still waiting for him. He couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Lu Yi, because Lu Yi had only gone down for less than half a day, and he hadn't expected that Lu Yi would return so quickly. Young friend, have you finished? Lu Yi nodded. and then he shook his head. Even though the situation was similar to what he'd expected, it was much more complicated than he'd imagined. Yi-Yang didn't ask about it in detail. Some things weren't easy to ask, and there was no need to ask. It was fine as long as he knew. I'll be taking my leave now that the matter here is done. Yi-Yang tried to persuade him to stay. It's rare for you to come here, so why don't you come visit my sect? No. Second senior sister sent me a message and asked me to return early. Yi-Yang nodded. Then I won't keep you. Young friend, have a safe journey. Farewell. Lu Yi withdrew his spirit vessel, stepped onto it, and shot into the sky before vanishing in the blink of an eye. It had taken him almost 10 days to get here, and it was the same when he returned. However, he hadn't wasted any time on the way here. Lu Yi had been studying the saber techniques he'd obtained from the Mad Saber sect. As for flying, Yi had been reminding him so that he wouldn't get lost or fly in the wrong direction. Lu Yi only returned to the Jade Blood sect after 10 days. He raised his head and glanced at the nearby spirit mountains and noticed that Gray had returned. When he withdrew his gaze, a voice suddenly resounded from the side. Brother Yi, you're back. Lu Yi looked over and noticed that it was the guardian of the Third Sacred Academy, Situ-Han, and a few other disciples of the Third Sacred Academy. Brother Situ, Lu Yi greeted. Why are you here? Did something happen at the Third Sacred Academy? Nothing. Situ-Han chuckled. The profound Azure Palace and Crescent Moon Pavilion suffered heavy losses. Everything is fine at my sect now. I heard that you're about to advance into the Cloud River realm, so I came to watch the ceremony. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. It's just advancing into the Cloud River realm. Situ-Han looked at him in confusion. Brother Yi doesn't know? Know what? Lu Yi was confused. Situ-Han chuckled. It seems that Brother Yi really doesn't know, but that's fine. You'll naturally find out later. Just as Lu Yi was about to ask for clarification, someone else came over to greet him. Soon, more and more people gathered. Those who came were all cultivators from the core region, and they were all led by the guardian or deputy guardian. Several people from each sect came. Lu Yi had heard of some of them, especially the experts on the spirit stream list. Even if he hadn't seen them before, he had at least heard of their names. However, Lu Yi had never seen or even heard of most of them. They were all here to watch the ceremony. Lu Yi was really confused. He was just about to advance into the Cloud River realm. Why did it seem like a grand event? It actually attracted the guardian and deputy guardians of the various core region sects to come and watch the ceremony. He had been wondering why there were so many people in his sect's encampment. At this moment, the Jade Blood sect's encampment could be said to be overcrowded. The few hundred disciples of his sect were one thing, but the few hundred sects in the core region had sent close to 2,000 people. After Duan, he asked his second senior sister for permission. He spent a sum of merit points to temporarily expand the encampment. Not only that, but a high platform was also built in front of the Mystery Hall's plaza. It was said that this was the place where Lu Yi would advance from the Spirit Stream realm to the Cloud River realm. The high platform was more than 100 feet tall, ensuring that everyone who came to watch the ceremony could see it clearly. Lu Yi was confused. He had just gone out for a trip, and it had taken him about 20 days to go back and forth. This world had suddenly become somewhat unfamiliar to him. Chapter 437. Almost all the sects in the core circle had sent people over, which was a good thing for Jade Blood sect, because the people who came were all led by the guardian or deputy guardian. In the past few days, Jade Blood sect had already signed an alliance contract with these sects. In the future, if Jade Blood sect's disciples entered the core circle to cultivate, they would have a lot of choices. Almost every sect in the core circle could choose. All parties were guests, so Jade Blood sect naturally treated them well. Moreover, Jade Blood sect hadn't been so lively for many years. After chatting with the guests for a while, Lu Yi returned to the sect through the Heaven's Fate Pillar. There were also people coming and going in the sect, but they were all disciples of the sect. When they saw Lu Yi, they all saluted him. Lu Yi found Shui Yuan, who was busy. When she was done, he asked, "Second senior sister, I'm just breaking through to the Cloud River realm. Why is there such a big commotion?" Shui Yuan stroked her hair and said, "Little junior brother, have you heard of the Heaven's Fate Blessing?" Lu Yi shook his head. He had never heard of it. The Heaven's Fate Blessing is a legend. The last time it appeared was a few decades ago. Shui Yuan's eyes showed a look of reminiscence, as if she was thinking of something in the past. After a long pause, she said, "It's extremely difficult to get the Heaven's Fate Blessing. It requires you to constantly kill enemies above your realm and accumulate the attention of Heaven's Fate. When you break through to a great realm, Heaven's Fate will bestow you a blessing. Killing enemies above your realm may not be difficult for some disciples from big sects, but the difficult part is being able to kill enemies above your realm. Looking at this generation of cultivators, only little junior brother has the opportunity and qualifications to do so." Lu Yi had been cultivating since the day he started. He had been fighting enemies above his realm. Before reaching the Fifth Order, it wasn't obvious. But after the Battle of the Golden Light Peak, this accumulation became obvious. On the Golden Light Peak, except for the Fifth Order cultivator in the first battle, the rest were all Sixth Order cultivators. In that battle, Li Baxian and the cultivators of Grand Heaven Alliance had already seen the signs of the Heaven's Fate Blessing. But at that time, Lu Yi was still far away from breaking through to the Cloud River realm, so it was only the beginning. Since then, whether it was in the outer circle, inner circle, or the core circle, Lu Yi encountered enemies with 8 or 90% higher cultivation than him. But those people, without exception, none of them were a match for Lu Yi. He had even reached the top of the Spirit Stream Division when he was only a Heaven 8 and had dominated the entire Spirit Stream Division. Now that he was a Heaven 9, he was practically invincible. Along the way, he had accumulated a lot. Thus, the Heavenly Secret Blessing was logical. Accumulating the attention of the Heavenly Secrets, Lu Ye's heart stirred. "Senior Apprentice Sister, are you saying that the Heavenly Secrets, the omnipresent Heavenly Secrets of the cultivation world, are not simple?" "Little junior brother, your cultivation is still low. You can't feel it clearly, but you'll understand when your cultivation gets higher." Lu Yi nodded. "Then what are the benefits of this blessing?" "I'm not sure about the specific benefits. This was because there were too few people who were qualified to be blessed by the heavens. Furthermore, all the information was top secret. It is not allowed to be revealed. The last person who was blessed by the heavens was our eldest senior brother. However, eldest senior brother had received the Heavenly Secret Blessing when he was at the Yunhe Jinjin Lake. Since then, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. He even led our sect to glory. However, you also know our sect's situation. Our success was because of eldest senior brother, and our failure was also because of him." "Eldest senior brother," Lu Yi murmured. He had heard of this eldest senior brother, whom he had never met before. "Don't think too much about it. No one knows if you can receive the Heavenly Secret Blessing. It's just that everyone thinks that you have a high chance of receiving it. That's why so many people came to watch the ceremony." Lu Yi nodded. "When are you going to advance?" Shui Yuan asked. "Anytime." "Then let's set it for 3 days later. I'll listen to Senior Apprentice Sister." Shui Yuan looked at him as if she was watching her child grow up. Suddenly she laughed. "So fast. You're going to advance to the Yunhe realm." After a pause, she said, "But after advancing to the Yunhe realm, it's time for you to change your spirit weapon." I was just about to ask Senior Apprentice Sister about this. Lu Yi was also having a headache about this. All his spirit weapons now, whether it was the Mountain Pan Saber or the imperial weapons in the weapon casket, or even the flying spirit weapons, they were all only 9 restriction, low-grade spirit weapons. Low-grade spirit weapons were usually used by spirit stream realm cultivators. After his cultivation reached the Yunha realm, it was time for him to switch to mid-grade spirit weapons above 9 restriction. Imperial weapons and flying spirit weapons could be changed at any time. Previously, the large sects of the Myriad Demon Ridge had paid many spirit weapons. They included all kinds of spirit weapons. If Lu Yi wanted to change them, he could do so at any time. Only the Mountain Pan saber, this saber had been with him for 2 years. It corresponded with his saber. If he changed it, even if it was a long saber with the same shape as the Mountain Pan saber, Lu Yi might not be able to use it well. If he wanted to reach the same level as his saber, he might need a long time to accumulate experience. It wasn't worth it. But if he didn't change it, the Mountain Pan saber wouldn't be able to keep up with his cultivation progress. Moreover, after 2 years of fighting, the Mountain Pan saber's blade had many dents and couldn't be used much. He told Shui Yuan about his worries. Shui Yuan smiled. Swordsmen like you and your 4th senior apprentice brother all have special feelings for their spirit weapons. They won't change them easily. If you want to solve this problem, it's simple. You just have to upgrade it. Upgrade it? Pay some price and ask a refiner to upgrade your saber to the level of a middle-grade spirit weapon. However, the cost is a bit high because a refiner who can upgrade a spirit weapon is at least at the level of a refiner grandmaster. Refiners below the grandmaster level don't have this ability, but there are benefits to doing this. You can make some requests according to your needs. It's like tailoring your weapon. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. There's such a good thing. Does senior apprentice, sister, know a grandmaster refiner who can do this? I do, but it's far away and they're not in our province. That's fine. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Go to the Tianji Treasury later and connect your mind to the Tianji Treasury. Someone will accept the upgrade. The Tianji Treasury has such a function. Lu Yi was surprised. Every time he went to the Tianji Treasury, he was only there to buy or sell things. You'll know when you try it. But remember, the transactions there only accept merit. Okay. Lu Yi said and hurried into the Tianji Hall. He connected his mind to the Tianji pillar and entered the Tianji Treasury. The huge treasury stored a dazzling array of goods. The first time Lu Yi saw it, he was dazzled. But after saying some specific words, the goods here would decrease. Only the goods that fit the criteria would remain. The more criteria there were, the fewer goods that fit the criteria. In the end, the cultivators who entered the Tianji Treasury could easily obtain what they wanted. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had enough merit. The transactions in the Tianji Treasury only accepted merit. Task: upgrade the spirit weapon. Lu Yi said softly. The huge treasury distorted, and Lu Yi found himself in a small room. There was only a table in front of him. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Understanding this, Lu Yi placed the mountain saber on the table. He didn't know how long it would take for someone to accept this task. Just as Lu Yi was about to leave, the space in front of him distorted and a blurry figure appeared. This was the first time he saw someone else in the Tianji Treasury. He couldn't help but size up the person. He couldn't tell the person's cultivation or gender. The person grabbed the mountain saber and sized it up. He said with a disappointed tone, "A mere low-grade spirit weapon." To the person who came, this was obviously a matter that did not have much to gain. What request? Although the person was disappointed, he didn't leave. After all, there weren't many opportunities to accept such a task in the Tianji Treasury. Every bit counted. The shape and length should remain the same. The 18 restrictions should be strong enough. As for the weight, it would be best if it was 3 times heavier. As Lu Ye's strength increased, a spirit weapon like the mountain saber was already too light for him. If it could be 3 times heavier, it would be more convenient to use. As for the sharpness, he didn't need it. After all, Every time he chopped down, he would add sharpness runes. As long as it was strong enough, it would be fine. The request isn't low. Give me a price. Lu Yi thought for a moment. 800 merit points. Low-grade spirit weapons in the Tianji treasury were usually sold for 30 to 150 merit points. Mid-grade spirit weapons were sold for 200 to 500 merit points. Lu Yi offered 800 merit points, which was enough to buy the best mid-grade spirit weapon. That's too little. If I want to meet your request, just the materials alone will cost me at least 600 merit points. The person snorted. Brat, if you want to upgrade your spirit weapon, don't use the price of the spirit weapon to measure it. How much do you want? If you don't have 2,000 merit points, it's not worth this old man's effort. Deal. Lu Yi currently had 100,000 merit points. What was a mere 2,000 merit points to him? As long as he could upgrade the mountain saber, not to mention 2,000 merit points, he could even accept a little more. His straightforwardness stunned the person. He was secretly annoyed. He didn't know which great power this disciple came from, but he was actually so generous. If he had known earlier, he would have asked for a higher price. Please sign the Tianji contract, the person said. A moment later, the two of them left their imprints on the Tianji contract, stating the price Lu Yi had to pay, his various requests, and the time limit. The time limit was very important. After all, the mountain saber would be taken away by the other party. If the other party didn't return it, it would be troublesome. And the time limit on the Tianji contract was 3 days. Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh. When one's refining skills reached the Grandmaster level, they could earn 2,000 merit points in 3 days. This was too easy to earn. Lu Yi withdrew his consciousness from the Tianji treasury and went to find his second senior sister, Shui Yuan. The problem of the mountain saber could be considered solved. Now, he had to deal with his own flying spirit weapon. Last time, he had given his treasures worth 50 to 60 million merit points to Shui Yuan. They were now in the Jade Blood Sect's treasury. He received the key from his second senior sister and entered the treasury.